Talking season reaching its crescendo in the Big Ten. Welcome to the Voice of College Football and our Big Ten live show. We present each and every Monday, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. John D'Adamo takes over the hosting duties at 8 o'clock. Please join us. We've left the link both in the description section of the video and also in the chat. If you would like to join the show, talk college football with me. We are talking Big Ten exclusively. The ACC also hits the podium in Charlotte as well. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it's ACC kickoff. The ACC has to be different than everybody else and call it the ACC kickoff, not ACC Media Days. But the ACC, and we just got off the line with our guy, Jason Priester, who covers Clemson football, and he's headed to Charlotte Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We are lining up a ACC kickoff live show on Wednesday night. We'll give you more details on that as we get closer. And myself and others headed to Indianapolis on Tuesday night for Big Ten Media Days on Wednesday and Thursday. Want to run through real quick before we take some calls that we had some recent commits to Big Ten schools. And we want to catch you up on that. T.A. Cunningham, Penn State, 29th rated defensive lineman in the country out of Miami, 4-star, top 35 player in the state of Florida. Again, T.A. Cunningham, good pickup for Penn State, top 30 defensive lineman. They pair him with a really high commit, number 101 overall nationally, 17th rated offensive tackle, Liam Andrews out of Boston. He's the number 1 rated player in the state of Massachusetts, coming into Penn State. So Penn State gets a D lineman and an offensive lineman. And of course, that's what they're going to need to defeat Ohio State and in particular, Michigan in the trenches. 2 good pickups for Penn State in the last couple of days coming out of Boston and Miami. Purdue, Leontre Bradford. He's the 91st rated safety in the country, number 23 rated player in the state of Illinois. Brandon Jacob, really highly rated player, 15th rated safety in the country, going to Maryland. So Maryland picks up the top 15 safeties. They try to keep pace with Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State in the Big Ten Eastern Division. 25th rated player out of the state of Florida. If you know anything about high school football play in Florida, you know the 25th rated player in the Sunshine State is quite high, number 174 overall out of Orlando. So the Big Ten picks up 2 top 200 players out of the state of Florida in the past 2 days. T.A. Cunningham, Penn State defensive lineman, Brandon Jacob, Maryland safety. Again, National Signing Days in December, so they could certainly flip. Before that, I would love to see somebody do a study on how many players flip. I'm guessing it's less than 10%, so good chance that they will stay put with their commitments. All right, let's get to the phone lines. And again, it's Big Ten Media Days this week, and we're descending on Indianapolis. We appreciate all the support for all of you who represented us this week as we were first denied by the Big Ten. I could tell that story very quickly. Basically, they review, as was explained to me by the communications director of the Big Ten, and this makes total sense. They first review when they receive a first-time credentials application, which this was the first time for me. I had never submitted anything to the Big Ten before. They simply contact all the schools and ask if that particular person or outlet attends those games or if they have credentials to games for those schools. Well, I've spent most of this channel and network, the Voice of College Football, lifetime in Connecticut, so I'm not going to Big Ten football games. And therefore, that was not the case. So they gave me the automatic denial. I contacted them. I left an email with my credentials, both my former credentials and what we have accomplished here at the Voice of College Football, and provided all the links for them to check it out. And they checked us out and gave us the thumbs up. And were very kind to be apologetic about the whole situation. So it was nice, again, for the Big Ten to come through for us. And again, we appreciate all of your support there. So we will do our best to provide the best in coverage of Big Ten Media Days. Let's go to the phone lines right here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Will on the line. Will, what's going on?
Mark, I'm very happy that they made the Big Ten corrected themselves, made the right decision to take you to Big Ten Media Day. Very happy that the voice of college football will be represented at the Big Ten Media Day. Very exciting.
Thank you. I'm excited too. It's been a long time since, again, no slight to the American Conference. I did that 2 or 3 consecutive years, about 5 years ago. Certainly a nice event. Really good coaches there. Tommy Tuberville, Luke Fickle, Sonny Dykes, and others at the time. But it's been a long time since I've done this caliber of event. I covered the SEC Media Days 7 straight years, but that was a long time ago. So be nice to get back into the fray.
Mark, so when you went to the American Conference Media Days, was Marcus Freeman there at all?
No.
Okay, I was just wondering. That would have been cool.
No, they bring, as is pretty much standard with all these conferences, the head coach and 3 players.
Mm-hmm. And how different do you think it's going to be than back in when you went to the American? It's obviously going to be much bigger. Do you think how much, like, how was the American? Can you describe it a little bit to someone that's curious?
So the American Conference, they had a really nice setup and a really nice deal. They split it into 2 days. So you would show up, and they had a golf tournament. They had for the media with coaches and players. They had a cookout, like a barbecue, really good seafood, and a really nice setup with a barbecue on the lake, on the ocean, because it was in Newport, Rhode Island, which I don't know if you've been to Newport, Rhode Island. It's a beautiful, picturesque spot. And so they chose a hotel right there out on a pier, out on the ocean. Beautiful place, Newport. I recommend it to anybody. I used to live there 2 hours away, so I've been there 20 times. But what was great was I was working by myself. So when I went to SEC Media Days, I had a cameraman with me. I had technical support. I just was the guy that talked. And so it's nice to have that all taken care of. I brought a station brought a satellite truck. There was a satellite technician there. They did everything. They did all the technicalities. When I went to American Conference Media Days, it was just me and my laptop, and I was just doing, MarkRogersTV, and here we go. But it was a small enough venue that I just set up in a ballroom at a table and would go grab coaches and players and bring them and sit them down. Big Ten Media Days, it's going to be a larger event. It's at the Indianapolis Colts Lucas Oil Stadium. Now, I was talking to the guy that's going to go with me. So I do have somebody going with me that's going to help me with equipment and so forth. And, we're just going to have to play it by ear, because it's not like they make everyone accessible in a way that you can get to everybody easily. Like, they'll have a coach at a podium over here, but a player at a podium over here. And then there's people just milling around. And so you may want to take your opportunity to say, oh, Mel Tucker's over there in the hall and he's only talking to one newspaper guy. I could go get Mel Tucker one-on-one. And then I'll miss the podium stuff. So you have to kind of pick and choose and figure out the best way to handle it.
Yeah. So the Irish did even up with the Buckeyes with big recruits. So Justin Scott to the Buckeyes, KVA to Notre Dame, and now Gerby Lambert, round 3, Gerby Lambert, the big offensive lineman.
I see that.
To see where he goes. Yeah.
I see that with, as you mentioned, KVA. We've been waiting for that for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the Notre Dame selection, I saw that come down.
I was holding my breath, man. I didn't know who he was. Like, I was hopeful, but I'm like, okay, Ohio State usually wins. But I was watching it live on my phone.
I will admit, Will. So I go to the 247 2024 commits probably 4 times a day. Every few hours, just check it. Did somebody commit? And I got to admit, it must just be, I don't know if this is the Buckeye in me. I apologize, everyone. I'm supposed to be Mr. Neutrality. I don't know if this is the Buckeye in me, or I've just grown accustomed to, like you just said, Ohio State winning these. I saw that and it kind of grabbed me for a second, because I didn't assume that he was committing to Ohio State, but that's what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I enjoyed the Buckeye Tears on Twitter a bit. I did. I gotta admit, people, I think a lot of them were like you, but more extreme. in your
Oh,
opinion?
well, yes. They're much more extreme than me.
Yeah. I mean, even like as an Irish fan, I have to admit, like the Buckeyes have pretty much owned the Midwestern football since I started watching. Of course, now Michigan's crept up on them a bit, but Irish fans finally have something to cheer about against the Buckeyes. But I'm not sure. Gerby Lambert, I think, could go either way. I mean, usually Harry Houston gets who he wants on O-line, but he's not there. So, yeah. But I have one more Big Ten question. If Kirk Ferentz, if in Iowa win the Big Ten West, do you think he'll go out on top? Because I don't feel like he'll be able to get in the Big Ten title game again with Iowa if they don't do it this year. Do you think he might go out on top, him and Phil Parker? Or do you think he'll come back even if they win the West and have a strong record, like at least 10 wins?
Corey Brada and I have talked about this.
Okay.
And we're pretty much in the same camp in that we're split. And the only reason we're split, and I don't mean he's on one side, I'm on the other. We're both equally split on which way this is going to drop, is because of the money. The only thing that draws us back from believing that he's going to take off after this season is money. Because we both have come to the same conclusion. If you add it all up, and especially this time last year is when we started to talk about it, because at that point, Iowa's success in the transfer portal was zero, like nothing. They did nothing in the transfer portal a year ago. And then their NIL collective was really slow in being formed and gaining any kind of traction. We were thinking Kirk Ferentz wants nothing to do with the transfer portal, wants nothing to do with NIL. Not that he's supposed to be that involved in NIL. But that's when we first started talking about, okay, this is looking like, and then USC, UCLA, he's not addressed that. It's obviously going to be so much more difficult for him to reach a championship game. This just looks like college football is in a place where he doesn't want it to be, and this is a nice place just to end his career, hopefully with a pretty soft schedule. What has been ranked one of the easiest schedules in the country to bow out.
Yeah.
Yes, 10-2, even lose a Big Ten championship game, but go to a nice bowl, hopefully win the bowl, go 11-2, 10-3. Yes, see ya. Finished top 15 in the country. Bye. But he's signed through 2029. That's a lot of money. That's a lot. The guy makes he's a top 10 paid coach in the country. That's a lot of money to leave on the table. 24 through 29. That's 6 more football seasons at $7-8 million, like 40 some $1 million to leave on the table. So that's the only thing that causes me to pull back on that calculation.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what he does. But Mark, enjoy your Big Ten Media Day. Very excited to see what you can get down in there. Hopefully you can get maybe a Ryan Day or Jim Harbaugh interview. That would be amazing. But
that would be fun. Would be fun.
But
well, appreciate you being here, Will, for us.
Yeah, have fun with you and your guy. I'm sure you guys will have a blast.
Yeah, good to see you. Have a good night.
It's
our guy, Will. Loves college football. Notre Dame fan, loves college football. We always enjoy talking to Will. And the thing I appreciate about Will and also our next caller, this is outstanding from both of these guys. They're young guys. I don't know exactly how old they are. They're 22, 23, maybe not even that old. They're young guys. They love and appreciate the history of college football. Both of them. And they not only love and appreciate it, like some people say, I appreciate it, but they invest time in it. They've learned it. They can recite scores and bowl games from 40 years ago. And I can tell that they've watched it. Will come on here and say, I was checking out the 1983 Rose Bowl. Same with this guy coming up here. We got Jackson Johnson on the line talking some college football. What's going on, Jackson?
Oh, it's awesome. It's not as awesome as you going to the Big Ten Media Days. Congrats.
Well, it is awesome, Jackson, because I got to say that, again, it just happened this way tonight that I had Will, then I had you on, and you two are the ones that I think about when I think about really young guys. And again, I have no idea how old you are exactly.
25.
You're 25.
I'll be 26 on September 30th.
Okay. I can relate. My son is 26 years old. So I love that both you and Will, and you've backed it up. You've not just said, I love the history of college football. I can tell by talking to you guys. You guys are knowledgeable about the history of college football. I love it.
Yeah, it is the best out there for sure. Love it to the point where I'm staying up till 2 a.m. for Pac-12 after dark.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Well, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, I wanted to go over a little bit about the Big Ten Media Day schedule. I see that Wednesday we start off with the Big Ten commissioner, Tony Petitti.
Petiti, yes.
Petitti. That's a funny name. And then we got Bielema. He kind of looks like Butthead's dad from Beavis and Butthead for some reason, but he's a cool guy.
Are you going to give us like a one-liner on every person? You started out well. You gave us the funny name on Petiti, and then the Beavis and Butthead line on Brett Bielema. I am
all done with my one-liners.
I am looking up the itinerary myself right now.
Well, as Shiano is going to be there, Tucker, David Braun. I see James Franklin. You were talking about Kurt Ferentz a little while ago and Ryan Day, so they're going to be on the Wednesday slate. Then we got Thursday, Tom Allen. We started off with Tom Allen, Michael Locksley. Oh, okay, this is my last one-liner, and I'm done for now. PJ Row the Boat Fleck, Ryan Walters, Matt Rule, Luke Fickle, and Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, it's a strong finish there.
Oh, man. Especially with Harbaugh. I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to say. It's going to be fun watching all these coaches. I mean, I wonder what's going through Brian Walters' mind. I mean, because this is going to be his first media day as a head coach. Last year he's at Illinois. Now he's at Purdue. I'm wondering what's going through his mind.
What's going through his mind? Well, either he loves this sort of thing or loves the thought of, for the first time, really being the man on a big stage. He's been a defensive coordinator. The guys that talk to defensive coordinators are the beat writers that are in West Lafayette, Purdue, Indiana, or in his previous job, obviously Champaign, Illinois, and around Chicago. Like you got to be that level of media to be talking about the defensive and to the defensive coordinator all the time. But suddenly he's the face of the program. He's the guy. The buck stops with him, and he's following up a pretty tough act to follow. It's not like Jeff Brom was winning Joe Tiller type numbers on a regular basis, but he did a nice job and certainly lifted the program back up to a place of respectability after 10 or 12 years of just horrible play on the field. So he either is going to embrace that and enjoy that, or he's just a football guy that wants to get to practice and is just going to grin and bear it like a Scott Frost. That was always my impression with Scott Frost. Grin and bear it, really don't want to be here, won't even try to act or pretend to want to be here. I would expect Ryan Walters to be much better than that, though.
Oh, for sure. Speaking of Frost and his bad attitude, we're going to see some great attitudes from Matt Rule at Nebraska. I mean, like when he took over Baylor, right? And this has a lot to do with Matt Rule in Nebraska. When he got to Baylor after all that kerfuffle that went on 2016, right? He didn't have any experience recruiting in the state of Texas. He didn't have any coaches with the exception of one assistant coach that knew how it worked in the state of Texas. So we see Baylor going from 1 win to 6 wins, and then in the third year becoming the Big 12 runner-ups. Before that, he was able to lead Temple to a conference title game in 2016. And before that, in 2015, they were able to have a top-notch battle in the AAC. They were so good that College Game Day even went to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for Temple Notre Dame. Imagine what it's going to be like for Nebraska. I mean, it's going to be amazing for both parties, Nebraska and Matt Rule.
I'm going to temper the Matt Rule excitement just a tad, because I'm certainly one that has stated that and reviewed his ability to jumpstart these programs, as you just mentioned. Temple, you went through the win totals. I've looked at it a zillion times, and yeah, remember them playing Notre Dame, College Game Day, ABC game, primetime. I believe they finished 10-4. I believe lost a conference championship game and then won it the next season.
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
You got it
Going
right.
to decent bowl games. Yes, certainly elevated that program. And then they hit the skids again. So it looks really good on a coach, especially when the program was bad before he was there. He elevated them and then he leaves and then they go back down the toilet. And that's what happened at Temple. Now at Baylor, obviously, he was following the Art Briles debacle. Baylor's a very odd program. I've been watching this game for 45 years, and they have certainly had their peaks where they've been near elite on occasion for a season or two. And they've also been really bad, and they've also been pretty mediocre. They've been all over the place, more so than just about any program I can think of across the country. Now, so for as great as Matt Rule did there, and you outlined it, 1-11 the first year, and then bam, he gets to a bowl game, and they defeated Vanderbilt, correct?
In the Texas Bowl.
Yes,
yeah.
in the Texas Bowl. Remember that well. It was a really good game, high-scoring game. They won 45-38, something like that. And they complete that 7-6 campaign, and then boom, they're in the Big 12 championship game and came within overtime of winning the Big 12. And then, of course, the Sugar Bowl game. And then he was off and running to the NFL. The thing I will say, though, is while it is incredible what he accomplished at those two spots, especially at Baylor, he did go to, so it's easier to look great when you're taking over disasters.
Right.
So there's nowhere else to go but up. And especially at Baylor, there are resources there to get the job done and to turn in some pretty good football teams.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm excited for the long term of what he brings for that program. Another thing I was thinking about, and this is what everyone's thinking about, especially on this topic, the Iowa offense. What's going to happen with that Iowa offense? Because I look at the rankings, right? The scoring was 122nd in the nation. The rushing yards per game were 123rd. The passing yards per game were 122nd. And the total yards per game were 129th. What can Iowa do to get those offensive numbers up? I mean, there's no question about their defense. It's awesome. But the offense is a disaster.
If Iowa did not have a good offense, but they had in what is typically an Illinois offense, a Wisconsin offense, a Minnesota offense, I would understand. I would be light in my criticism. But it's inconceivable when you see the levels of teams that are around them in the rankings on offense. It's unbelievable. The very worst teams in college football surround them every year on offense. If this happened once and Iowa just one season was 128th in the country in offense, you could point to just really good defenses they played, injuries, just things didn't work out. The quarterback wasn't the right choice, all these things. This is year after year after year after year. And what else is astounding to me is think about the expectations and the level of a program that Iowa is versus Rutgers and Indiana. Completely different. I was expected to win and finish in the top 25 and go to bowl games and win bowl games and compete in the West for the championship. Rutgers and Indiana, nothing. Rutgers and Indiana have been 30 to 45 spots better on offense the last couple of years than Iowa, and they have made firings. They have chosen to fire coordinators and offensive line coaches because they have a higher standard than that and expectations. But Iowa continues with the same offensive coordinator. We all know the name for a seventh season. I think he's had 6 years. I think this is year number 7. That would not happen anywhere else.
No. Certainly wouldn't be happening here down south. They'd be like, you're out of here, buddy.
Rutgers fired their offensive coordinator.
Yeah. I really hope that Shiano isn't on the hot seat, but I have a feeling that, like, I know he won't be on the hot seat for this year, but he'll get like another one of those. We have an announcement to make. Shiano's going to return for 2024. Most of the time when you hear that kind of announcement, that means someone's on the hot seat for next year. I mean, it's just, this isn't like the Big East from his first stint.
No.
Obviously not. But it's definitely much harder in the Big Ten than it is in the Big East. And we've got a feeling that Shiano is learning that big time.
What Greg Schiano accomplished in his first stint at Rutgers is commendable. It was really good. He lifted them to a place where they regularly went to bowl games. They had the one really big 2007 season, but regularly went to bowl games. But again, yes, they were competing in a league where you didn't run into 3 top 10 teams in your own division. And so what he is trying to take on now is considerable. And what are we looking at? This is year number 4.
Let's see. So 2020 was the COVID year.
Yeah, that was his first year back, and they were much better. The guy can run a football program. He's organized. He's a football coach through and through. So he automatically took a mess and made it much better, and at least made them, I don't know if the word respectables, maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but he made them functional, like where they were no longer an embarrassment. The defense is good. They've got a good defense, but man, you got to find a quarterback if you're Rutgers. You got to find, there are groups. See, this is what doesn't add up at places like Rutgers. We can both name 10 or 15, maybe more, group of 5 quarterbacks who are really good quarterbacks. Can't Rutgers sign one of these guys?
Yeah.
Why can't they sign one of these guys?
I doubt somebody like Frank Harris is just going to be like, do I stay at UTSA? Or do I go to Rutgers where I get beat down by Michigan or Ohio State?
Yeah, it's a tough sell. Yeah, you're going to play with inferior talent against much better talent.
So that is the thing. I would like to see if Bielema can have another successful season this year. That would be pretty amazing. I mean, it's going to be amazing watching what Illinois is bringing.
I've run into a few people in the last few days who are extremely high on Illinois, and they're smart football people. One, Kevin Noon, he's on our Ohio State show every week. He really likes Illinois. And I got to say, I've not done a deep dive on Illinois, but my initial thought on Illinois, the other one was Steve Helwick that we have on here on a regular basis from SB Nation. My initial thought on Illinois coming into this offseason was, I don't know that there's a team in college football that has lost more talent compared to how much talent they have still on the roster. I think they've lost more off their roster than anyone.
Yeah. That's going to be big. I mean, they got a tough non-con schedule as well coming up. I mean, Toledo, Florida Atlantic, and Kansas. That's rough. That we're not even getting to the conference schedule yet.
You're calling that a rough non-conference schedule. I'll say that it's going to make them work a little bit. Toledo is a good team, a solid MAC team, a really good MAC team. And FAU, I get your point. I get your point, but they should go 2-1, if not 3-0.
Yeah, but don't expect them to be butt whippings. They will be close ones for sure.
I agree.
Because, I mean, especially at Florida Atlantic. I mean, if you're looking to place a bet on a game that no one's really watching, anything involving Tom Herman as an underdog is one to always bet on for sure. I mean, 2016, when Houston was going up against Louisville, Thursday night football, Louisville had national title implications. No one's sitting there thinking about Houston. They're thinking about Lamar Jackson. And then Houston just shellacs them. And, Houston, I believe, was a double-digit dog in that game, obviously. And 2016, they were the underdog against Oklahoma. I mean, I'm not saying Florida Atlantic's going to be like Houston from the two teams that Tom Herman coached at, but just don't underestimate Herman as a dog.
I hear you. And there's a group of Big Ten teams that have a pretty embarrassing history of losing those kind of games. In Illinois, you can include them over the last 10 to 20 years in that group with Northwestern and Purdue and a few others that have lost fairly frequently to MAC teams and to other group of 5 teams that they shouldn't lose to. So I'm right there with you. I think the Illinois game at Kansas is a fascinating game.
That's going to be a great one. That's going to be a small little appetizer before the big ones.
We could sit here for an hour or two and have people throw out what non-conference games that they're looking forward to the most. And unless you were in the chat or a couple other people, that game would get no mentions. And I think that that's a fascinating matchup.
No, right? It's like, I don't even know why people have forgotten about Kansas all of a sudden. It's like, if Jalen Daniels had gotten hurt, they would have had a better season than 6 wins. I mean, good Lord. So that is the thing. Well, and to your point about MAC teams upsetting Big Ten teams, there's always been at least one occurrence of it since 2006. I'm thinking for now it could be Eastern Michigan over Minnesota for right now, but I will come back here, whenever there's another call-in show, and I have it right here on this little magazine because shout out to your upcoming interview with Phil Steele, by the way.
Thank you, Jackson. So everyone look out for that. That's coming up next Friday, or this Friday at the end of the week. It seems like that's like 4 months from now because I just got to get through Big Ten Media Days. That's all I'm looking forward to getting through Big Ten Media Days and making that a success. And then we'll enjoy our time with Phil Steele, which I would have gone with a live stream. However, he can only join us on the phone, and it's kind of a difficult connection. So I don't want us to be live. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
It's gonna be fun figuring out who his next surprise teams are. I mean, like we know it personally because I mean it's in there. I mean, I know he's got like Texas A&M as his number one, but
Yes.
it's gonna be really awesome.
Well, you bring up a good topic that I like in terms of determining the Power 5 conferences and what games are they going to lose to Group of 5 teams.
Yeah.
Because there's usually only about 2 or 3 per conference. Something in
Yeah.
that range.
Well, I got kind of lazy with Northwestern, to tell you the truth. I think they're too downtrodden with 2023. I'm just like, okay, they're going 1-11. They're going to win that FCS game.
Yeah, and who are their 2 other non-conference games?
UTEP and Howard. They're going to win the Howard game. They're just like, we don't care about UTEP.
And it's UTEP and who else?
Howard. The Power 5 game will be against Duke.
Okay.
Mike Elko's going to have their number.
So you like UTEP over Northwestern?
For right now, I do.
Yeah.
And I have another one. I said Minnesota, I think, would get beat by Eastern Michigan, unfortunately, because, I mean, Eastern Michigan is that perfect trap game. Even though Minnesota's at home, they're coming off a top-notch home game against Nebraska. And after they play Eastern Michigan, they're going to have to deal with North Carolina and Drake May.
Yes.
That's going to be scary right there. And Eastern Michigan with Chris Creighton has always been a thorn up somebody's rear end against anybody that's a Power 5. Case in point, 2017 against Rutgers, 2018 against Purdue, 2019 against Illinois, and last season against Arizona State.
And Minnesota, as you well know, has a history of playing close games because of the style of play.
Yeah.
They don't throw the ball much. They like to run it, lean on the offensive line, the defense, and they play in some low-scoring games. And, of course, even though they had a really good team that finished up with a bowl win in a 9-4 season 2 years ago, they lost to Bowling Green.
Yeah. That was unexpected right there. And I remember the attitude where people were just down and out on PJ Fleck, just throwing the baby out with the bathwater, sitting there going, he's not going to do well. He needs to get fired. I'm like, you're way too early to throw that out. I mean, if he has a losing season, okay, we talk about it. But let's see how the rest of the season plays out. And after that loss to Bowling Green, they go 7-2 to end the year.
Yep.
And
so PJ's history against the Group of 5, here are the close calls and the losses. Okay, they lose to a 4-8 Bowling Green team in 2021, 14-10. 2 weeks after, they played Miami of Ohio to a 31-26 win. That was a close call.
Yeah. That was a little bit after when Muhammad Abraham got hurt against Ohio State on week 1.
In 2019, that 11-2 season, which they finished in the top 10 in the country, Georgia Southern, 35-32, nail-biter.
And that was a week after that double overtime victory over Fresno State.
Yes, and that was not a good Fresno State team. That was a 4-8 Fresno State team. And Minnesota had to pull off some crazy 4th and 15 kind of play to win that game.
Oh, man. That was
so, yeah, they're a prime candidate here. 21-14 over Fresno State, a 12-2 Fresno State team the year before.
Yeah.
And that, of course, was PJ Fleck's. Let's see, his first season, no real scares there, although the Buffalo win was only 17-7.
Yeah. That was. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I would like to see Minnesota beat Eastern Michigan, but at the same time, I'm taking the points on Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know where that will land. I would think that Minnesota's going to be a 7 or 8 point favorite. That would be my guess. I don't think they're going to be a huge favorite.
Well, if they make Minnesota a double-digit favorite, I'm obviously taking the points. But even then, I'll still take the Eastern Michigan points because they'll be closer than the experts have it. We know that Mel Tucker's not out of there after this year because he's got that big buyout. So that's not happening. That is not happening.
No, it's not going to happen. I don't think that Michigan State has the resources, and they overpaid him to begin with, coming in from Colorado, and then they made the double mistake. And I don't know what the conclusion is going to be. He may turn it around. They may be good. They may be a really good program under Mel Tucker.
Right.
But I don't know why they needed to extend him. I really don't know.
I think it was the whole, oh man, we had the big year. Let's give him a 10-year contract. It's like, you can't just throw the cart in before the horse. That is always a bad move. You can't do that. And you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater either. So that is a no. I just wonder if David Braun is that, because I'm not so sure everyone on that Northwestern staff is going to stay. And, you know, Pat Fitzgerald's gone. Everyone else in that staff that was, you know, allegedly involved in this hazing scandal, they may have to go as well. Get someone not affiliated with the current situation.
You're talking about as their next head coach?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
sure.
see
Yes.
Braun being the permanent solution.
No.
He's going to be a 1 year.
Yeah, he would have to perform a miracle for them to consider him to be the next head coach.
They'd have to go 10-2 or something. I doubt it.
All right, Jackson. Well, we appreciate you being here. Anything else you wanted to hit on?
I just want to hear you talk a little more about the AAC Media Days, man. That's a pretty cool backstory, man.
Yeah, that was a fun time. And what was interesting was anytime Media Days is brought up, usually my first memory that comes to my mind of Media Days is how nice Tommy Tuberville was to me when he was just named the head coach at Ole Miss. So this is back in 1995. And we were covering SEC Media Days. Actually, this was the first SEC. Yes, this is the first time I had covered SEC Media Days. And we were doing our sportscast live from the hotel in Birmingham. And the SEC coaches were down the street, blocks and blocks away at some type of banquet, SEC banquet. And we were doing the 6 o'clock news. Well, we put in a request to have Tommy Tuberville on the news with us. And he was kind enough to leave their dinner, their banquet, and be driven down the street. And this is in Atlanta, so it's not like hopping out, you know, in the neighborhood here and driving down the street. You know, this is like, you know, you got to go to parking garages and get picked up and fight the traffic and come down the street just to do a live interview on the news with us for SEC Media Days. And for the time that Tommy Tuberville was at Ole Miss and then at Auburn, he was extremely kind to me, very nice, always would allow me on the practice field and to interview him right in the middle of practice. Happened a few times where I would let him know, I'm sorry, coach. And coaches do not like to be interrupted during practice. My goodness. But I would let him know, coach, we're hustling. We want to get this back for the 6 o'clock news. And he would give us 5 minutes to ask him a couple questions. And sat down with him during National Signing Day. We would sit right there with the whiteboard, and he'd go through his commits and his signings with us. And we'd do a live show. The other guy that I worked with at the CBS station we worked at, WCBI, one of us would be in Jackie Sherrill's office at Mississippi State, and the other would be at Tommy Tuberville's office at Ole Miss, and we would split the sportscast and go through National Signing Day with each one. So he was always extremely nice. And the reason I bring that up when you talk about American Conference Media Days is the first time I walked into American Conference Media Days, I'm in the bathroom washing my hands, and I look next to me. Tommy Tuberville goes, "Hey, stranger, I haven't seen you in a long time." And I was like, "Oh, man." And so we talked and reconnected there probably, 15, 17 years later at American Conference Media Days. And I'm checking my Twitter like a few minutes after we talked, and I noticed Tommy Tuberville's following me on Twitter now. But yeah, he was an extremely nice guy. And other coaches were too. Very nice.
Oh, man, that is so cool, man. Mark, as always, thank you for having me on today.
Absolutely, Jackson.
It's always great talking about some college football with you, man.
Oh, absolutely. Appreciate you being here.
I can't wait for that Phil Steele show. It's going to be awesome watching you get to talk with the college football preseason magazine maker himself.
Yeah, the thing that he puts together is just ridiculous. My goodness, it is.
It is the go-to magazine to get every summer.
Yes,
I've been doing this, and I've been getting this since I was like 14. It's an annual thing for me.
Yep, it is for me as
sometimes
well.
Sometimes, I have a relative getting on me about why are you bringing a magazine with you? We're not going to be out that long. It's like, I got to do my predictions.
Good stuff. All right, Jackson, appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, Cole's checking in. Look at this. Nebraska Cole with our Frank Solich and Bill Callahan, that duo, and Paul Christ and Luke Fickell comparable. Well, we don't know yet, first of all, because, of course, Fickell just got the job at Wisconsin, so we can answer that question in 5 years, 10 years, but I'll take my shot at it as you're obviously asking me to forecast it. Frank Solich, of course, took over for Tom Osborne, which was an impossible task, and he did a fine job, did a nice job. They fired Frank Solich after a 9-3 season. And think about that. Much like Nebraska fired Bo Pelini after 9 and 10 win seasons, Bo Pelini never lost or never won less than 9 games at Nebraska. And now that they would kill for a 9-win season in Nebraska and have not had one. Well, they did. Mike Riley, I believe, had one 9-4 season since. So again, Frank Solich then did a remarkable job at Ohio University and unfortunately never won a conference championship during his stay, but was constantly knocking on the door and elevated a program that was down in the dumps. And then, more unfortunately, had to step aside because of health concerns. But he's now received his due, coming back to Nebraska, being honored. Bill Callahan takes over at a time in which I thought it was an extremely odd transition to go from NFL head coach who coached in the Super Bowl, and most of us would rate Bill Callahan to be one of the worst NFL head coaches to reach a Super Bowl. He did it with John Gruden's team. However, he did coach the team, and they went to the Super Bowl, and he got his rear end handed to him by Gruden in the 2003 Super Bowl, and then coached at Nebraska. And it was not a good run, and they deteriorated through the Bill Callahan era. Paul Christ, of course, was in line as a Wisconsin alum and a product of the Badger program, in line with Barry Alvarez, and then, of course, Brett Bielema and Gary Anderson. And he kind of followed that conservative line of approach, veteran coach, not going to rock the boat, not going to be eccentric or out there in any way, conservative, program guy, grinder. And then he did a fine job at Wisconsin. He won 72% of his games. And Wisconsin was the best team in the Big Ten Western Division during Paul Chryst's stay. And now they're looking for an upgrade. So I think now that I've read into this, that your comparison is, has Nebraska traded in, or did they at the time, the conservative, safe approach for the big hire to elevate, and it crashed? And could this happen to Wisconsin? Trading in Paul Chryst, who's going to go 8-5, 10-3, 9-4, 7-6, 10-3, and you're never going to ascend to the top of college football and challenge the elite in the Big Ten, but you're never going to embarrass yourselves. Could Luke Fickell be Bill Callahan? I am going to say, of course, it's possible, but I do not think that that's in any way probable. I think that is unlikely. I believe that Luke Fickell was the best hire of the offseason. Slightly better than Matt Rule. I rated him to be the best hire, with Matt Rule being the second best hire of the offseason. So I think you've done a nice job of not only making a connection there, but a style connection between those, and a decision connection between what Nebraska did 20 years ago and what Wisconsin is doing now, Cole. So very astute observation there. However, my money's on Luke Fickell outperforming Bill Callahan by eons, even in a more difficult Big Ten conference with USC and UCLA. But I like that comparison. All right. We are running with this all the way up to 8 o'clock Eastern time. And then John D'Adamo steps in to host and take you home at roughly 10 o'clock Eastern time. So please join John in the next 2-hour block. And we will talk Big Ten football with all of you. We are really going to have to go to the grindstone and figure out how we're going to approach college football this season in regards to these shows. I would love to do a conference show for all the Power Fives, if that is possible. We'll see. So we have launched this Big Ten live show 21 weeks ago. We've been going strong now for 21 consecutive weeks, and we appreciate John hosting the other 2-hour block, and we've had some other guest hosts that have helped us along as well, but primarily John with the 8 o'clock Eastern time block. And again, I'm going to have to think long and hard and maybe get some smarter people in the room for us to figure out our approach to the 2023 college football season. We have post-game shows. So listen up, everyone, because if you know anyone who is capable of hosting post-game, please let us know. We currently have post-game shows lined up for Miami, Florida State, Clemson, Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas, Oregon, USC, Penn State, Iowa, Nebraska, Georgia Tech post game this year, Notre Dame, West Virginia, and I hope I'm not leaving anybody else out, but that's what we've got lined up thus far. However, if you've noticed, missing, we still need to secure Ohio State and Michigan. Can you imagine the Voice of College Football having like 18 post-game shows and we don't have Ohio State or Michigan? So please help us out. Give us your suggestions. If you yourself are capable or know of anyone who is capable, we only have 3 requirements. Number 1, you know your team and you know football. Number 2, you don't say anything stupid. And meaning, and you're probably immediately saying, Mark, well, you've said some stupid things. Yes. I mean, like to get us kicked off of YouTube. Number 3, you're reliable. You show up. Okay. So if you can contribute in any way, or you know of anyone who could contribute to Ohio State, Michigan in particular, or any other football, we will do Purdue post game if we have the right people in place. So we appreciate you, and give us your suggestions. Please don't leave those in the chat because I will miss them. Just hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail to follow up his comment or question. We've got Nebraska man Cole here. Cole, what's going on tonight?
Yeah, I just want to say you hit the nail on the head with what the point I was trying to make, but I'll make this quick. Another thing I wanted to add was I was more referring to the style of play, the hard transition to style of play that both programs are currently taking, especially on offense. I mean, Frank Solich, Tom Osborne, run the ball option to harsh transition, NFL, throw the ball around, Callahan. And it went terribly. It was a horrible transition. And now you're going from Christ, run the ball, fullback, play action, to Phil Longo, air raid. I could just see a lot of things going wrong just with the huge transition in style of play on offense, if you see what I'm getting at.
Oh, absolutely. I remember experiencing it with not to the extent that you did, but watching Bill Callahan. Yes, it was Rich Gannon throwing 55 passes a game.
Yes.
He was the NFL MVP, and it was a lot of short passing game. It was like a supercharged West Coast offense.
Yeah.
The only difference I will say is that I believe, I'm giving Luke Fickell some credit here, I believe they understand. And if they don't, then wow, for us to understand a lot more than Luke Fickell, then I would be amazed that he's not understanding. This is a Wisconsin roster I'm taking over. All he has to do is go out for practice a couple times and understand, okay, this is where I want to get us to, but this is what I have to work with. So maybe I got like 2 guys on this roster that can do some of the things that I foresee 3 years from now. So we're going to work it in.
Yeah.
We got Braylon Allen
Exactly.
and an NFL offensive line. So let's work in some of these concepts. And the other thing is that even though Wisconsin has an extremely conservative offense by today's standards, they still run the type of sets in terms of the formations, and of course the quarterback largely being in the shotgun that you didn't see 20 plus years ago.
I agree. And I'm the only reason I'm bringing this up with Wisconsin is I believe like they're getting a lot of hype. I mean, I wanted Nebraska to hire Luke Fickell. That was my number one candidate the whole entire time. I wanted Luke Fickell, but me personally, I'm a little like apt to drink the Kool-Aid on Wisconsin just because of the transition that they're going to be going through on offense and what I've seen before with my team. And I don't know if they never experienced anything like that. I don't know if it'll happen. I think Luke Fickell's a great coach, but you're still in the Big Ten. You're still going to have to run the ball at the end of the day. And another connection I was going to make to last season was when Nebraska hired Mark Whipple. I really liked the hire. I thought Whipple will. We know he was like he's not air raid, but he's more throw the ball first, second, and then do a delayed handoff on third down if you can't get it. And I thought Whipple's smart enough. He's been around the game for so long that you have to run the ball in the Big Ten, and he's going to do that while incorporating some of his passing concepts. Well, he didn't do any of that. He just threw the ball. Him and Scott Frost were after the post game at Northwestern. Frost was already questioning his hire. That was just how terrible it went. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know Phil Longo that well. I haven't done a deep dive on anything. I know he's had a couple 1,000-yard rushers, which is good. But Whipple also had that at one time. So I don't know. It's just some coaches are apt to change and don't want to conform like Whipple. I don't know if Phil Longo's that way, but I don't know. I think Iowa's going to win the West personally.
I also think that, and I'm not going to say which offensive-minded coaches lean this way and which ones don't, but it only makes sense that all these brilliant concepts, they've gone in the lab, and they only have 12 Saturdays to display it. And I think they get impatient, and they also want to show how smart they are. And again, I'm not going to say which ones.
Cough, Scott
I can't.
Frost.
Some of them do. They want to show, and 3rd and 1.5 yards when you've got a great guard and tackle, let's say on the right side, and you're going to pick it up 9 times out of 10.
Or Pete Carroll with Marshawn Lynch, for example.
Yes. Where I just think that's not exciting for them, and that's not, they just want to show you how smart they are and what fancy plays they've designed. And they don't take the obvious route.
And for the record, I don't think that's going to happen to Wisconsin. I just want them to, before everyone just goes head over heels for Wisconsin this year, just to think about just how hard that change is going to be for them. I think personally, obviously they have Braylon Allen, a great running back, but he was injured for some of last year, but they have Ches Malusi, who's also really good. I mean, it's Wisconsin. They have good running backs, but I'm just talking that transition is going to be really tough, I think.
So it is stated in here about Phil Longo coming in from North Carolina, and our guy Badger and Bournemouth fan is letting us know that, of course, as is the reputation of some of these offensive coordinators, that they just throw it all over the yard, that guys like Phil Longo and Jeff Lebby and others do have, Lincoln Riley, do have extremely strong running games. And Phil Longo 2 years ago had a 1-2 combination at running back that was maybe the best in college football. So it's not like he's not Mike Leach.
Yeah. And so was Mark Whipple. Mark Whipple I was told, was a 50-50 guy. But the thing about Mark Whipple is he chose not to run the ball when he needed to. And that's what really needs to be deep dived on. Like when Phil Longo was up by 30, is that when he started running the ball? Or was he running the ball when he needed to on 1st and 2nd down to get himself in position? Yeah.
So that's a good point, because we sometimes get caught in the overall numbers. And if you're Ohio State, and Ohio State on paper doesn't show to be quite as pass happy as they actually are.
Exactly.
Because
yeah.
they're beating Toledo 55-7 and running every play in the 4th quarter.
Mm-hmm.
But they got there by throwing 8 out of 10 plays in the first half. Let's say, for example, Badger and Bournemouth. I think we thought of this at exactly the same time, because his super chat popped up at the same time I was thinking of, oh, shoot, man, it's only been like 2 years and I can't even remember the names of the 2 backs at North Carolina. My goodness, this is awful. Anyway, they'll come to mind.
One was at the Broncos.
One's with the Broncos right
Williams. Something Williams.
Yes, Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
And shoot.
The other one is, I know.
Terrible. This is what bothers me these days, is guys that I've watched play like 20 times and I can't remember their names 2 years later. But anyway, Badger and Bournemouth, we do acknowledge, yes, exactly what you're saying there. Lane Kiffin, again, has a reputation for throw, but he also has a strong running game. Quinshon Judkins last year, and they led the SEC in rushing the year before.
And I guess if Phil Longo takes the Lane Kiffin approach, I could see that working in the long term, but short term, I don't know. I don't know if they have the receivers for that, but I don't know. The Phil Longo hire really shocked me for some reason for the Big Ten.
Sure. I get that. And Badger and Bournemouth. Yes. Michael Carter.
Oh,
give me the last name. I can remember now. Yes. Michael Carter. Thank you. And it's going to be interesting to see.
Who is Fickle's DC again? I feel terrible. It's me out
See,
here.
there's another thing that I've had to look up like 8 times because I keep forgetting.
He's Ohio State related somehow.
Oh, Mike Tressel.
Yes.
Yes, Jim Tressel's son.
And
Yes.
he's been with Fickle forever, right?
Yes. Yes. That is it. All right, Cole. Anything else for us?
Nothing. So I was just trying to think of Bill Callahan's DC that was with him forever and that he wouldn't get rid of at all times, and how Tressel's been with Fickle forever, which is another weird connection. But anyways, I'll see you later.
Thanks, Cole. Appreciate it. Bill Callahan's defensive coordinator. Well, I'm sure going to know it when I see it, but I can't come up with it off the top of my head. And then we'll get to our next call. Bill Callahan. So when he was at Nebraska, that would have been in the starting in 2003, 4. All right. Anyway, we'll hit our next call up here. The voice of college football. We got the real MVPs here.
Hey, Mark, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Let me ask you this question. If you could interview only one of these coaches or commissioners or personnel at Big Ten Media's Days, who would it be, and what question would you ask them?
Oh, if I could talk to only one person, it would always be a commissioner. I would talk to Sankey. I would talk to Kliavkoff. I would talk to all of them, Yormark, and now with Petiti. But one coach in the Big Ten, I don't want to make it too obvious, but I don't think, because I also have to think about who's the most obvious to give me honest answers and forthright answers, and to be a little bit more transparent than coach speak. So it's not just about the selection of the best coach to talk to, it's the best possible responses. Now, Harbaugh is much more probable to tell you something strange than Ryan Day is. Ryan Day is not going to say anything that's odd, weird, strange, awkward. No, he's going to be buttoned up and give you the coach speak answers. Where if you can get Harbaugh in the right mood, the right kind of conversation, he could give you like front page material. So I talked to Harbaugh in the Big Ten.
I would just also go as antagonistic as possible.
Well, sure. It's easy for you guys to say that. I got to stand in front of the guys. But
yeah, I know it's easier to say without having to put your face in front of the world.
But if you're truly doing your job, then you know, I never went to these things, or never, you know, I had to interview 3 SEC coaches every week for 7 years, and I tried to, at a much younger age, in my 20s, not get pushed around or be intimidated. And they were all on NCAA probation at some point, and have to ask them difficult questions and not back down from that. But I was never out to get them in any way. I always, you know, just wanted to talk football, but sometimes you couldn't because there was that thing called the NCAA.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mark. And I've got to ask you something. I saw on the Michigan Voice of College Football, their thing. You know how videos on YouTube sometimes get recommended to you in live streams and all that stuff? I had one of those happen, and it was the newest Michigan podcast that you all had at the Michigan Football, at the Voice of College Football, and it was about Michigan's path to winning it all with John D'Adamo. You know, he's a great guy, smart guy. Absolutely. And he was upset at Paul Feinbaum because Paul Feinbaum said Ohio State, not Michigan, can compete with Georgia in 2023. I don't understand this idea that John was putting out, that it was crazy to say that Ohio State can compete with Georgia, but Michigan can't. I don't understand it, Mark. Can you make sense of this for me?
Well, if John wants to make a case for Michigan, I can understand him making a case for Michigan. I do not understand if, in fact, and I don't want to speak for him because I'm hearing this secondhand, that he thinks it's crazy that Ohio State would be the team that would better compete with Georgia or whomever, Alabama, whoever's going to be the SEC number one team, which we can basically assume is just the number one team. It's Ohio State until proven otherwise.
I just wanted that to be put out there in the ether. And, Mark, last time I had destroyed, I think I did a pretty good job in destroying the Michigan narrative of them not winning the title this year. I would like to destroy the narrative going forward in 2024 onward. I'm looking at their 2024 recruiting class.
Wait a second.
Hey, John.
John's going to correct what he probably stated.
All right, let's get this real clear, and then I'm going to pop off because we got other callers too. What I said was that Ohio State is capable, but I also said that Michigan is capable. That's all I said. I didn't say that Ohio State was more capable or less capable. I took issue with how Feinbaum framed it in saying that Ohio State is the only one who can beat Georgia. That's what I said. Okay?
Now, did he say it as only possible team that could beat them? Because, anybody could beat somebody else, or only team that's likely to beat Georgia. Because those are two different things.
The way I interpreted it was that he felt that Georgia was a team that Ohio State was the team that could beat Georgia. He does not like Jim Harbaugh. We know this. He's given Jim Harbaugh props on only 2 occasions that I remember. The next show after they beat Ohio State, and then it's right back. Whenever the next thing comes along, NFL or the cheeseburger or whatever it is, then it's right back into Jim Harbaugh stuff. So, he's not exactly a fan.
Okay, and you don't think it's just that there's some legit reservations that the average person could have about Michigan? It's that he's out to secretly hate against Michigan and Jim Harbaugh, a team that has gone 1-6 in their bowl games, that has just basically been irrelevant. I hate to say it, but they haven't won anything.
Can't they both be true?
I guess, but I just don't see why. It would be like hating Mississippi State or TCU or Baylor. Why do it?
I completely understand that there are reservations. I get it. Michigan has not yet won a playoff game. So, of course, there are going to be reservations. That's different from how the framing is. Not just, I called Feinbaum out because it aired, I think, either earlier that day or the day before. So it was fresh fodder for the show. But, he's not the only one who's been saying it. And I think that if you look and you study Michigan's production, and you look at who they have coming back, you look at the questions, and even Mark said on one of the shows, Ohio State has more questions this year than they normally do. Right, Mark? Absolutely. Okay. You combine that with what the Penn State question marks as well. They're breaking in a new quarterback. The second best quarterback in the Big Ten who's coming back is Talia. I can't even think of the third who's coming back for a second year in that school. Can we think of a third? So I'm just saying there's questions.
I agree with everything you're saying. The problem, and I think you did this in the show as well, you only talked about the regular season. Like you were talking about Michigan could trip up against Nebraska and stuff, and I'm saying the regular season is basically irrelevant for teams like yourself and Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia. It's about beating each other. Michigan's probably going to have to beat Alabama and Georgia to win the national championship. That should have been 90% of the focus, not beating Nebraska, Wisconsin, and those teams.
You have to beat those teams to get there, and it's not the ball is shaped funny, as our friend from Dan Beast Media likes to say. SEC guy, ball's shaped funny. Sometimes things happen.
I understand that, but you and I both agree that Michigan going 12-0 in the regular season is probably easier than beating both Georgia and Alabama in the postseason.
Yes, at least
So how
Georgia.
come?
I'm not sold on Alabama yet.
Okay, it could be USC and Georgia. It could be
Okay.
any combination of teams.
Okay.
I'm just curious how come in your show you didn't bring that up and you only brought up mostly the regular season when talking about can they compete?
Just for you on our next show, we'll put that in the outline to focus more so on. But we did talk about the path, and the path does involve the regular season. In order to get to the postseason, you first have to beat Ohio State, which is not a foregone conclusion. You have to beat Penn State, unless one of those teams has more losses than normal. And then it is possible to, but for the most part, I mean, Michigan has to get there and have 0 losses or 1 loss. And the Big Ten East isn't a foregone conclusion that that's going to happen. So yeah, you've got to look at the entire path to get there. And so that's what the title of the segment was called, The Path to the National Championship.
Right, but to me, 40% of it's just the regular season for a team like Michigan. And the majority of it is the 2 games in the playoff. Like, even what you said, I slightly disagree with. You said Michigan has to beat Penn State and Ohio State. They could lose to Ohio State and still make the playoffs.
That's okay. I'll give you that. But you also have to keep in mind that, yes, that's a big could, because in that scenario, Ohio State might be going undefeated. And what about USC? And what about Georgia? And what about some of the others? I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion. So you got to look at everything leading up. And then, yes, the playoff games are important. That's why when everybody says beat Georgia, we'll beat TCU first. No, the beat Georgia drill is a beat insert postseason team here drill, the way that I see it and the way that they've explained it. It's just a beat Georgia's fun for marketing, for motivating the teams. And Georgia's probably going to be a final boss because their path to 12-0 is not that hard. They have to beat Tennessee, but for the most part, Georgia's probably in the playoff, right?
Right, but see, the way you phrased it with Georgia versus the way you phrased it with Michigan is where I see the disconnect. You phrase Michigan, they got to beat Nebraska, they got to beat Wisconsin. To me, that's like saying Georgia's got to go out there and beat Ole Miss. I mean, it should be something that's already implied.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss isn't necessarily a complete foregone conclusion either. Lane Kiffin likes to play call like a crazy man. And calls onside kicks, calls all kinds of things, and you never know what he's going to call. And it's possible. I mean, listen, what I'm saying is that you can't just automatically put teams in the playoff. I would say Georgia, given their history and also given their schedule, looks like they're going to be in the playoff. And so I'm okay with a beat Georgia drill as marketing to just say, let's go ahead and scheme time every week to beat teams in the postseason. And so to your point about about focusing on the postseason, that's why they've instituted a beat Georgia drill. It's a beat postseason team drill.
Right. I just found it weird in the show you hosted that most of the time was spent on the regular season. That's all I was conveying.
Then I'm going to do just for you, Darrell. We'll do a part 2 in the next show. Now, we're going to be covering Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football Big Ten Media Days this week, so we may not get to it till next week, but we'll do a part 2 of the path to the national championship, and we'll analyze the likely postseason teams just for you. Sound good?
Okay, and let me ask you something else, okay? The 2024 recruiting class, okay?
This is Mark's block, so I want to be respectful of that. So, okay.
I think Mark kind of likes sitting back and just watching the chaos play out in front of him, especially with that big smirk across his face.
I like to jump in and correct when I feel it necessary. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm looking at the 2024 class for Michigan, and I understand they're currently 4th in the country, but they've got 26 commits. They've got by far more commits than anybody else around them, okay? The next closest one is Penn State, and you're going to finish ahead of Penn State. I have no doubt about that. But I don't see them finish above Alabama, Clemson, USC, Tennessee, Texas A&M. I mean, Miami, Oklahoma. I mean,
good, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this recruiting class is as hyped up as Michigan fans are making it out to be. I think you all got an early jump, but I think you're going to fade back into the bottom half of the top 10. So,
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
And do you think that's enough talent to win the national championship? Because I don't. I think you need to be at top 5 classes to do it.
Well, since you pointed out, since you've been an avid watcher of the Michigan show, you might remember that Mark and I did a segment on blue chip ratio. Do you remember that?
I wasn't that avid of a watcher.
Okay. Well, we did a segment called about the blue chip ratio, and we pointed out that there were 3 teams in the last 12, 13 years. It was Auburn 2010, FSU 2013, and Clemson 2016. Those 3 teams had a lower blue chip ratio than Michigan. The thing that is the equalizer is that they have elite, and I mean like next level elite quarterback play, so I argued that JJ has to take a few steps up. I think he's got the potential. He hasn't quite shown that level yet, like a Jameis or like a Deshaun Watson. He has to get there. But if he gets there, that's the path when you don't have the same level of blue chips as Georgia has every year at the top, Alabama at the top every year, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I don't see that happening at all. I think he's a great quarterback. I think he's probably in the top 15 of quarterbacks, but I think that would have to be like a top 3 type quarterback, a Caleb Williams, a Michael Penix Jr. type quarterback, and I just don't see him making that leap, especially in the system. I don't know if Jim Harbaugh's going to allow him to throw it 30 to 40 times a game like he's going to probably need to do against a Georgia, Ohio, USC, Alabama type team.
No, I disagree with you there. Have you heard Jim Harbaugh talk about it?
He talked about balance and making it sort of 50-50, but I don't think it needs to be 50-50. I think against these teams they're going to blow out by 40. I think they should go 75-25.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They probably will, and they'll probably do it with Ben Hall. They'll I mean, Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards might have an early benching to rest them for some of the larger games. Look at Ben Hall, look at Cole Cabana. I think it's very possible. But yeah, I think that 50-50 is a holistic look, right? Meaning there's going to be games early on that go more run heavy. And there are probably going to be games later in the year, especially against Ohio State, who's I think they're going to try to stop the run again. And so JJ's going to have to throw the deep ball again and be successful at it in order to win. I don't think that they know that Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards are coming back. And I think Knowles is going to do his best to prevent them from being dominant as they normally are. Which he did do successfully in the first half. So I think it's 50-50 as a holistic.
Okay. Now, you brought up Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, probably the 2 best backs in all of the Big Ten. If they play Georgia, which you say is the final boss, nobody's effectively run on Georgia in like half a decade. I understand they're great players.
Yep.
But I wouldn't count on them to be the main stars. And my concerns with Michigan's wide receiver room, how are they going to get separation against Georgia's cornerback when they're more talented, they're bigger, faster, and stronger?
It's good. It's going to be it's going to have to be a play calling like Jim Harbaugh doesn't usually do. He's going to have to be very, very creative with RPOs, with run, with pass, because as we know, when we have a lot of run plays, for example, then the defense is going to scheme to stop that. Then you go pass. Same as true on the opposite side. You're passing all the time. You're going to call a lot of zone. Okay. Michigan's going to have to utilize every ounce of talent that they have, and not just Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, although I think you're going to see them in a split back formation. I think you're going to see them in a bunch of unique ways. If you watch John plays NCAA 14, there's actually quite few concepts where I've got both of them on the field. It's really interesting to watch because defense doesn't really know what to do. And so it's pretty effective. Donovan Edwards can receive. So you can use him as a receiver. Don't sleep on Colston Loveland or AJ Barner, either of them. Colston Loveland is probably going to be better than AJ Barner, but watch this space. In order to beat Georgia, they will have to be used. And then, of course, you've got Cornelius Johnson, Roman Wilson, and a name that people aren't saying, Carmelo English. Watch out for Carmelo English to surprise everyone this year.
I think you guys both missed a huge factor in this.
Yeah.
Just so TCU doesn't make the playoff.
Well, then just pack it in. That's
I'm kidding.
I know.
Well, then the last thing I was going to bring up was nutrition, because Michigan hasn't just even been one of these teams, and they have to be two of them to win the national championship.
Are you serious? Are you really going to come at Ben Herbert right now? Are you going to do that?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying as a whole team, FCC defenses, John, is a different level than having to only prepare for what's essentially 2 games of the entire year in Penn State and Ohio State and do it back-to-back weeks. It's a challenge for, I think, literally every team in the country to play a USC, then a Georgia. I mean, even for Alabama, that's tough.
Yeah. But have you been watching? I mean, Ben Herbert has done a masterclass in conditioning, and it's gotten better every year. I don't know if you saw Blake Corum benching 225 pounds over and over and over. I don't know if you see the conditioning has improved. Am I saying it's Georgia level? No. But I'm saying if you look at Mickey Marotti at Ohio State, everybody, when they were saying Urban Meyer might be coming back to college, or even if it was in jest, well, then the follow-up question is Mickey coming? Because if Mickey isn't coming, then you don't get the full Urban Meyer effect. You just don't. And I think Ben Herbert has positioned himself to be an equivalent where if Jim Harbaugh were to, for some reason, go to the NFL, go to another college team, the question will be, is Ben Herbert coming? For the same reason.
Well, that's all I really got, because I was just concerned about John taking most of the time in the regular season, but not the postseason. But Mark, you got anything you want to add on to this discussion?
I will say that it will be about time for somebody else in this conference to take up on a national scale for Ohio State, because if you take away Ohio State from the Big Ten in the last 15 or 20 years, there hasn't been a whole lot else going on for the Big Ten on a national scale.
It's true.
But 2023 is a different year, and we evaluate these teams from season to season. And I do believe that Michigan, in my eyes, has far less question marks than Ohio State. I think they're more of a given. I do think that you made a good point, Ariel, about the Michigan wide receiver core playing elite competition in a playoff game. But I think John is also focusing on, let's not assume that these teams are making the playoffs. They're not there yet. They do have to compete against the schedule and win the games. And Ohio State has a lot of question marks. I still believe that Ohio State's better prepared athletically and in terms of talent and sophistication of passing game and wide receiver play to win in the playoffs. But I'm less sure that they're going to get there.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel.
I mean, I think if Michigan doesn't do it this year, it's going to be a long road to hoe for a couple of years, because JJ could be going to the NFL. I've been hearing reports he might be drafted as high as 20th, according to, I don't know if it was McShay or one of them, that he's attractive to NFL teams because of his versatility. So if he goes, then you're left with Jaden Davis, a bridge quarterback that they get in the transfer portal, or some alternative situation. Alex Orji, I don't know if he's still going to be around. You guys can tell me in the chat. I forget about that one. But yeah, it's got to be 2023 basically, or it's going to be tough for a couple of years.
Our
Well,
guy Alex
John,
has been waiting patiently here. So
Thank
I
you.
don't know if, based on what Alex has to say, if we just are going to have a one-on-one phone call, or if Alex wants to address the rest of the chat. Alex,
All right,
thank you so much for your
I'll add
patience.
in. I'll add into John. I'll add into John with one thing. Alex Orji will be simply probably one of the best quarterbacks in the history of college football. Mark my words, without a doubt. The guy's a freak, John. He's a freak. So yeah,
I hope you're
you
right.
guys will have. What's that?
I said I hope you're right.
No, I think he's a. I mean, what do you call it? Squat. He squats like 600 pounds, or bench presses 600 pounds. He's a freak. Did you see him in the spring game? He was running like, a million miles. He's so fast. Like he's accurate. Like Orji's a freak. Orji's amazing. He's scary. So I think if you didn't have Orji, yeah, I would be like, yeah, but you have Orji. Yeah. So that's to help you, John, for sure. I have some questions for the man, because
Okay.
I'm very curious, especially what you said, John, in chat. So I'm going to bring that up to him, up to you, Mark.
John, you've
So
already
this is
put
the
in some
question.
work tonight.
What's that?
I'm gonna drop for a bit and let you guys hash it out. Load my banners.
Thanks,
See
John.
you in a bit.
Sweet.
Alex.
Okay, my friend. Mark. All right. So this is my question. What surprises in a positive manner will Ohio State find this year, and specifically in which groups, say running back, quarterback, what have you? What good surprises will we have this year?
Okay, well, let's start with what we believe are the question marks. I'm not going to say the negatives, because I don't think there's a definite negative on this team. We can go to a lot of other teams across the nation and say, that's a negative, that's a negative, that's a negative. And there's very little indication that it's going to be any different than that. With Ohio State, there are zero negatives. There are question marks. Offensive line, quarterback, secondary. Those are my three.
Okay, just to add to that, before we get to your genius, I want to just add to that. I think our four liabilities are Fryer. I know you may disagree. I think Fryer is a liability. Seeing him from chest down, defenders were pushing him around from chest down. He's got spindly legs. He's a liability. I believe McCord is a liability. I'm not pro McCord at all. I even think Steele is kind of liability. I think CJ is just a freaking machine. CJ Hicks. He needs to start with Tommy. And then I actually think Proc is a liability. I don't think he's very consistent. And the fact that we have Sonny, which, I mean, if we were to talk about freaks of nature, I mean, Sonny Styles is a freak of nature. He's amazing. Him and Lathan, and then what's his name? Jihad. Those three would be the safeties. Those are my liabilities. Sorry to take it over. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's no problem. You were going to specific players as liabilities. I'm looking at units and saying, where are the question marks? Okay.
What units? What units?
Well, I just pointed them out. The offensive
Sorry, I
line's
didn't hear.
mark. The offensive line's a question mark, with the two tackles gone, and with Whippler gone at center, and trying to figure out the combinations. And there being a number of players that are going to be presented with that have not proven to be Big Ten level players yet. They should be. Again, the quarterback is a question mark, and the secondary, specifically a corner, those are question marks for me. So your original question was, what unit is going to surprise, or what players are going to surprise? The players that need to surprise are the corners. They need elevated corner play. They need the type of corner play that we were used to watching from the time Jim Tressel got going in the early 2000s all the way through 2019. That's the type corner play that we need to see, that we've only seen. The only guy that's really delivered it, that's on the roster or had been on the roster, is Denzel Burke in limited spots.
What did you think of the spring game? What did you think of the spring game with the corners?
I can't tell you that I really remember at this point, 3 months later, what happened in the spring game.
Yeah, I thought they were amazing, but yeah,
Why? Okay,
especially Denzel. But
well, yes. Okay, okay. You bring that up. I remember he was the first person I brought up when we had the Ohio State show after the spring game. Was Denzel Burke broke on the football, anticipated plays, anticipated throws. Yeah, he made 4 or 5 really good plays in the spring game. Yes, I do remember that.
I think we have some depth at corner. I was looking up at the roster. And I was like, oh wow, him. I was like, wow. I was really frightened too. Just like you, Mark. I was like, wow, yeah, corner. What are we going to do? There's a depth there. But then I started looking at the roster. I was like, wait, I don't know. Maybe it's a little better. But what do you think is like going to be a great surprise, like that no one's really quite seeing right now, and you know might kind of happen, you know, sometime in the near future, and like people are like, wow, you know, any crystal ball?
If I was going to sit down with a stat sheet and somebody could magically hand me the final stat sheet on the season, well, of course, McCord's stats, but I don't even think McCord's stats would tell me a whole lot. I would want to know what he did against Penn State and Michigan and Notre Dame. So him throwing for 38 touchdowns and 9 picks and 3,800 yards wouldn't tell me enough. I'd have to have a breakdown of the games. The running back room fascinates me. The running back room fascinates me.
Totally.
Because there are 5 guys, and I think our Michigan friends here don't totally get what Ohio State has.
They don't have a clue.
And I know that Michigan's stacked with those 2 guys, but the best running back room is Ohio State. If you take all of them, they're just better. They've just so far deeper than that. But you only have 1 ball and 2 guys typically play, so that's why Michigan's more effective in the running back room. And
I might say
I don't know how that's going to play out.
I might say that Dallin and Chip are more complete backs than Corum and Edwards. Way more complete backs. Vision and hitting. And what do you think?
Well, Edwards is a bam. There's the crease. Bam. Go.
Right.
A million miles an hour. Blake Corum's more of a quick, shifty, quick feet guy. But Edwards is a tremendous pass receiver too. Now we had on, and if any of them are watching right now, I apologize because I don't remember their platform's name. Yeah, I don't remember. We had
right. I remember the 5 guys. Yeah.
From the Ohio State podcast.
Right.
And I asked them about the running backs, and they were all over the place. They all had a different favorite running back.
That's right.
One was
the guy that played previous.
One was a Dallin
and Chip guy. Yeah, right.
Travion guy, Chip guy.
Right.
People underestimate how fast Chip training is.
Oh my God! Did you see that run? It was like, wow. He's got speed. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. And I underestimated him as well until I saw him play against Michigan, because I just assumed, well, if he was a linebacker, then he's more of a plotter. And I was wrong.
I think honestly, Trev and Mai have to be our flat backs, you know, for screens and that kind of stuff, wheel routes. Like that's where they belong. They've got the speed like Edwards and Corum in the open space. But as far as just decking people, I mean, Dallin and Chip just deck people, and their vision is insane. They're both good at that. Like, okay, it's crazy and chaotic. I'm going to get out of here. And that's what you need really right at that line. So I think Dallin and Chip would be great for our backs, and then Trev and Mai out in the flats, like, you know, because people will be like, wait, those are the running backs, and a lot of disguising, you know, RPOs. And then if Brown gets in a quarterback, wow, that's going to be so great, because the RPO and you know, back and forth pass, and even if he's not a great long ball guy, I mean, if he can just do right in the middle with the slants and the post with our guys are so huge. Like our 3 main guys are so big that like they'll take a lot of hits. Like we're just made for Brown. Or I will say this, Kleinholtz's highlights. Of course, someone has to call me right now. Kienholz's highlights,
Yeah.
Mark. Whoa. Wow. That guy is got a rifle, and his speed is insane. Like he's a gazelle. So I say Kienholz, like if they try him out somewhere in like, Western, whatever it is, Western Kentucky or, Youngstown State, if he's tried out, I guarantee he'll surprise. Like Kienholz is amazing. He's talented. So I think if Kienholz or Brown is manning the thing, because I'm not, McCord is freaking me out. Like the other two guys, if they're playing, I'm going to say this openly, Michigan, you have no chance. Sorry.
Alex, are you basing that completely from on the downside McCord in the spring game and on the upside?
How do I get back? I'm on like let's see, microphone. Okay, and then come back. Can you hear me now? Yeah,
we never lost you.
Oh no. Oh man. Someone had to call me and ruin this whole freaking thing. My volume is really low. Like I can't get you back on speaker for some reason.
Okay.
Oh man. How about I'm gonna use this as a phone. Okay, go ahead, Mark. What were you saying?
We don't want to see whatever we're seeing right now.
What we don't want to see what right now?
There we go. Whatever we were seeing, I don't know. When we just see a blob of flesh, I don't think we want.
Oh no, that's my ear. That's my ear because when a call came in for some reason, you guys, your volume.
We don't need an explanation on all that. So anyway,
yeah,
I don't know where we were on all of this, but we do have another call coming in. So make your final point, Alex. Final point, Alex. Go.
Final point is I truly believe that Michigan's in major trouble. And we've got our 4 weaknesses, which would be Fryer, McCord, Chambers, and Proctor. Honestly, this team is the monster this year. And I've never said this. I'm very hard on my team, but we are a monster this year and we're going to stomp everyone. And and Georgia is only conditioning. Endurance of Marotti does endurance. No one is going to stop us, even Georgia. So we are the number 1 team this year. There's not even a question. Not even a question, guys. You will see when Ohio State plays, you're going to be embarrassed if you have to play us. That's my last word.
Alex, I enjoy your enthusiasm. And, it's because you root for one of like 4 teams in the country. It's not completely ridiculous. Now, the ridiculous over the top part is that, none of the games are going to be a challenge. And, if Ohio State wins the national championship this year, I'm not going to be surprised. But let's understand they're not going to be winning these games like 42-7.
I say Michigan. I say Ohio State's going to surprise everybody this year. And so I use the word surprise everybody.
Well, I don't know how much of a surprise it's going to be. They're not going to be ranked any lower than 4th in the country to start the year.
I know, but we always screw it up in some way, and everyone hates us. So I think they're going to be surprised that we're actually really good and we're not just hyped this year. That's what I think.
Thanks, Alex.
Have a good night. Mark. Is there any way for you to give us information on what you're going to be asking Day at all?
What's that?
Are you allowed to give what you're going to ask Day during media days over the air?
I don't know. I've not been sitting here for like 48 hours contemplating it.
Right. Very curious. Anyways, I wish you the best, Mark. What's that?
If I get a chance to ask him anything. All right, Alex.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot, Mark. Take care.
All right. We will keep moving here at the Voice of College Football. That's a very enthusiastic Alex, as we always appreciate his calls and his support, his loyalty. And Alex thinks that Ohio State has a decent team this year.
Yeah, that was hilarious because like you basically said there's like 4 teams to root for that are elite, And I mean, obviously they're going to be really good every single year. So
I enjoy the enthusiasm. And again, if he was a Texas Tech fan coming on here saying that. It would be even funnier and ridiculous. But yes, Ohio State can win a national championship this year. Now, his level of confidence that it's going to happen is a smidge high, because this doesn't mean Ohio State's going to have a team that underachieves or that Ohio State is not going to deliver. But I do believe they have more question marks this season than any season in a long time.
And almost kind of reigns true for almost all the teams at the top. I mean, Alabama's got a lot of question marks with quarterback situation. Is Tyler Buckner going to be able to lead the team? Is Alabama going to have a really good defense? Because they did lose a lot on that side of the ball. So, I mean, I've even seen people saying they're going to lose 5 games this year, which I don't think that's going to happen. But, I mean, so there's a lot of question marks there. Georgia's going to have a new quarterback, so it's going to be interesting. It could make the 2023 season a lot of fun with the uncertainty there. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I've when the first time I called you way back over a year ago, I said that, I was, a Bama fan from ancestry or whatever, but I just didn't talk about them that much because everyone else does. So I talked about Indiana, and it's like, Indiana, what are you going to say? They might make a bowl game. So, and then Alabama, it's like they could win a title. It's like basically the same thing every year. So it's pretty funny for me. The only team that's kind of interesting that I root for, from where I live is North Carolina, because they could be good or they could be bad. So the other two, Indiana's usually bad and Alabama's usually elite. So it's interesting. But on a different note, I'm really glad that you got basically back in with Big Ten Media Days. That's fantastic, because I mean, your credentials speak for itself. There's no reason that they should have denied you the first time. That's just wrong.
Well, I appreciate that, Jeffrey, and I appreciate your kind comments and a lot of other people. I went back and looked at the tweet I initially posted, which I've taken down, of course, because I was quite critical of the Big Ten in their decision. But of course, once they corrected it, I thought, not in the business of taking down tweets. I don't know that I've ever done that before. But of course, since they corrected their decision, then I thought it was only fair to take that down. But I was just blown away because there was like 500 likes and retweets on it. And so a lot of people came to my defense, and that was very nice. They just simply, I don't know if you were with us at the top of the show, because I explained this, that the communications director of the Big Ten called me, and she explained that, she was very apologetic. She was very, very, very nice and over the top apologetic, and said that basically what they do is when somebody that has not previously had credentials, and I've never put in for credentials before, they check with every school to see if that platform or individual has credentials to the games. Well, I don't go to the games. I've been in Connecticut. So as soon as all the responses were no, they just automatically denied me. And so then I wrote them an email to say, this is my background. Here are the links to the channels. These are the people that watch. We've got 61,000 subscribers just from the Big Ten channels, and this is what we do, and this is what I've done in the past. And so they changed their minds and sent us credentials. So that was really nice.
It's awesome. Yeah, I accidentally, because when I wrote my tweet on that, that you should be on there, it was ridiculous. I put your @ first or whatever, and because I was trying to retweet it, and I put your @ first. So then I was looking for it on my Twitter thing, on my profile, and it wasn't there. So I sent it again, and it was sent twice. But since it was an @ it was a direct reply to you. So I have no idea how to use the no longer bird platform. I don't know what you feel about that, but the bird is gone. It's X now or whatever. So that's kind of crazy. But I'm still trying to
wait a minute. This is news to me. What happened on Twitter?
The bird is gone. The logo is no longer. It's an X now. Elon changed it to an X.
When did this happen? This today?
It happened earlier today. I think on phones, if you're looking at it on a phone, it might still have the bird, but on desktop, it's gone. The X has replaced the bird. So
This is the first time I've seen this.
it's crazy. It was all over the place earlier. And I was laughing about it because people were just talking about it, and I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out how to use the bird platform, and now it's changing or whatever. I just thought it was funny. Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that was a thing that we were looking forward to have happening, an X for Twitter.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. When I think of X, I think like X Games or something, not Twitter.
I know, because Twitter, for as goofy as a name as it was, we've all gotten used to it. It's been around for 15 plus years.
Mhm.
But I get it. Birds tweet,
Yeah.
tweet, and you're tweeting. You're just sending out a little communication tweet.
Yeah,
And
it makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean, I was like 2 years old when Twitter was founded. I mean, it's been that way the
Wow.
whole time. And I mean, it's just, and now it's something completely new. So it's crazy. But yeah, I didn't know what to think about that. But everything's changing these days. I mean, conference realignment, social media platform. I mean, you had the whole Meta thing with Facebook. It's still Facebook, but it was Meta too. So I don't really know. Yeah, Twitter's crazy right now. I mean, you have like all the new rule changes. I don't know if you saw that one day where they had the rate limit exceeded thing, where you couldn't even like look at like 2 tweets, and it was messed up. I don't know if you saw that or not, but it did it to me. I couldn't even look at like anything for like a whole day. It was just messed up. Said I looked at too much.
I got hammered from a few people, and I get this. This was a few weeks ago. I was a bit annoyed at my feed and the things that I had to be subjected to on my feed. So I kind of railed on Twitter and why do I have to see this and so forth. And people were letting me know at some point, there were tons of people that agreed with me and they were supporting me and liking it and so forth. But then a number of people, and I'm not in any way upset about this, they were just informing me that, Mark, you need to set it to following and not to whatever the other setting is, where they select what's going to be on your feed. But and that was true. However, once I selected, and I forget what the other one's called, it's following and for you. The thing that I will say though is when I set it to following, because I don't want it for you as Twitter can give you whatever they want. It always defaults back to for you. Mine always defaults back to that. So I got to keep correcting it.
Yeah, it's almost like I know someone that at their job or whatever, have like this computer they use, and they're trying, to, do stuff with it or whatever. And every single time they're like doing something really important with it and they need to use it like right at that moment, it says system update. Do you want to update it? And they hit no, and it does it anyway. And then they have to sit there for 5 minutes until they can use it again. So it's like they give you the option, but it's not really an option. So I know what you mean there. Yeah, I don't know how to use it very well, Twitter at all, but all I know is it's like I'm following a bunch of people, and sometimes I get stuff that I don't want to see either. And I'm like, I'm not even following this person. Come on.
I enjoyed sending this tweet the other day because somebody was all over me about something, and we of course exchanged a number of pleasantries, and it was going nowhere. So this happens every time, Jeffrey. Somebody attacks me for something. I make an exchange, and as I stated here, typically some uninformed, ignorant, hateful person, and then I respond, and then we just go back and forth, and we're not going anywhere. The conversation's not going anywhere. So what do? I invite them onto the show. Call me. We can discuss this like men. Silence. I never hear from them again. This has been proven 100 times over.
It's commendable of you to do that, because like you're having a conversation that's completely, irrelevant or ignorant or whatever you want to call it. And the fact that you're going to invite them on the show, I mean, that is commendable. That is like over the top. You shouldn't even want to even do that the way that they're doing, and they never do it, because people love to just talk over a keyboard. That's just the way it is. And no consequences. It doesn't matter how dumb what they're saying. It doesn't matter. It's just, but they don't want to say it like face to face. I mean, Twitter, I just try to avoid it. If I've gotten some crazy comments and I just leave them. It's not even worth it.
And when it comes to some of these issues, I would love to have some other channel that we would have conversations about other things. I would not bring them on a college football channel to discuss social issues. Although this particular situation was involving the Florida A&M situation, so it is college football related. I also enjoyed sending this out. So I saw this on social media where a Penn State fan said that they were in Urban Meyer's bar and they were wanting to shout "We Are," which is, of course, the Penn State chant. And I immediately thought, well, you are, and I went through my mind, you're 1-7 against Urban Meyer. So don't be surprised, if the response, or don't be annoyed if the response is when you shout out in Urban Meyer's bar, "We are 1-7. That's what you are."
That is hilarious. I mean, that's what you're gonna throw back at him. I mean, Ohio State's at least you got one win. I mean, a lot of schools don't have any wins at all. Even in the the new teams out of the Big Ten, they've never beaten Ohio State, and some of the older teams haven't won in decades. So I mean, at least they won one. But yeah, that's not very impressive. The "We Are" chant with Penn State. And I could be wrong, but didn't I see the Kentucky do that more recently, like "We Are UK" or whatever? I thought I saw that.
Yeah, we don't need any more schools doing this.
That's a Penn State thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. But I guess because I'm sure you got other people calling on an actual football note. We talked about a bunch of stuff. It's not really football. Sorry about that.
You've got the floor, Jeffrey. Nobody else is on the line. It's all you.
Okay. Great. Iowa. There was a hot take tweet the other day. It said, give a hot take for the 2023 season. And I wrote and said, Iowa will have a top 100 offense this season. And I've got like a couple people say that's not a hot take. And I'm like, well, they haven't had a top 100 offense in a few seasons. So if they do, it's kind of impressive. You think that's a hot take?
They've got to jump 31 spots to have a top 100 offense.
I mean, I think that's a pretty big jump. I mean, they were horrible last year on offense. Sorry,
well, I think it's a great move by you because it's part hot take and it's part sarcastic hot take.
Yeah, I mean, well, I saw a lot of people, like, again, Alabama, 5 losses. I saw a few that were saying, like, teams like Vanderbilt, or was going to win, like, 9 games or something like that. And I'm just like, those could happen maybe, but I wanted to do something that was realistic. But like you said, it was also kind of sarcastic, too, because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, so the hot take, I think, and again, so when you throw out the term hot take, we can all have our own definition. So I'm not saying my definition is the definition. And for the record, I don't know that I've ever even used the term hot take in my life. So I'm not a hot take guy. But yeah, it has to be within the realm of reason, but it also has to be out on a limb. There has to be a balance there. If I make a hot take that Northwestern's going 12-0, well, that's just dumb. That's just that's just. But if I make a hot take that LSU is going to make the playoff, or Washington's going to make the playoff. Okay, that's a reasonable, like it's got a far less than 50% chance of happening. So it's a hot take. You're going out on a limb, but it's a reasonable projection. That's my thought about the hot take.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't do hot takes either. I don't really ever engage in them. I just think that someone sent it to me. That's what, why I actually wrote a response to it. But I just, like you said, I want it to be something that could happen. Even if it was a little bit too easy, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's like you want it to happen because, I mean, if I do something that's just ridiculous, I might get way more views on that tweet or whatever, but it's like I don't want views on the tweet. I want it to be legitimate. It doesn't matter to me. you know what, I don't want to put something that's not like, I'm not going to put Indiana's going to go 11-1. Like, it's not happening. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I almost thought I was saying Indiana might win a bowl game this year, but I was like, nah, I'll go with Iowa with the top 100 offense. Because actually the tweet said, don't do a team that you like to talk about. So that's why I didn't do Indiana. I went Iowa, which I like Iowa fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was considered a hot take, because a lot of people were saying it wasn't. I thought it was.
Jonas, let me know. Jeffrey, you are certainly welcome to stay on. I do want to hit on two super chats before I take off. Erica, thank you so much for your contribution. We appreciate Erica. She is such a great Hawkeye fan, Big Ten fan, contributor. And Erica says, talk to Kirk Ferentz. This is back when people were suggesting about Big Ten Media Days, and ask him to get a new offensive coordinator, at least a new play caller, please. Well, I do think that would be a little forward of me. I will say this, Erica. If I get a chance to ask Kirk Ferentz a question, whether this is when he's at the podium or a one-on-one or a group of, it's usually not one-on-one, but 10 or 12 reporters around Kirk Ferentz, I am going to ask him what the thought process was surrounding this, and I will leave it implied, idiotic 25 points per game and 7-win criteria as being good offense. I am going to ask him. I will ask him that question. I am pledging that to everyone here.
Not really reaching for the stars.
And what was this meant to accomplish? Obviously, to score 25 points per game, but is that really? I don't know what
it was. Let's get my son
the
bonus.
purpose is.
Yeah, let's get my son a little bit of a bonus.
What was the?
Yeah, because it's 25 points. So yeah, like Phil Parker could, and his defense might score half of that.
Yeah, I'll ask it in a much more respectful, eloquent way. But if we're just sitting around here, it'd be kind of like, who was the brainchild of this cockamamie goal?
Brainchild in general is being very generous to Gary Barta. It was probably and Kirk Ferentz probably cooked that one up.
If this was like the 1980s or the 1990s, you could ask the question how you just said it. It wouldn't even be a big deal. just lay it on thick. No big deal.
Oh, boy. Oh, Nick.
And Nick, you as well. The real MVP is just mad because Jim Harbaugh did not come sleep in his treehouse shirtless. Okay. I'm going to tread lightly here with freshly made milk to offer as a gift. He only does that with high schoolers. Duh. No reason to be upset. Well, Nick, you were very effective in walking the line with that comment. It just made it inside the boundaries of being read.
Was that PG or PG-13? Had to be 13, I think.
I think we're on the 13 level right there, but that's fine.
Hey, you know what? I will say this about Nick. He did call into one of the panels, and he actually brought a lot of good insight and analysis that I was kind of like, based on his super chats, I was like, wait, what are we going to get? But he was very good. So you get both the comedic route, and then you get, when he comes on, you get the analysis.
And we enjoy the comedic route. We need more comedy here. So certainly, folks, we will take all your humor, all that you've got for us. And we think that we can have fun and still, we don't want you to attack anyone, certainly. Back-to-back Big Ten champs. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. And, we will deliver their extra content and so forth, so on, and basically give you the predictions. And that also makes you a Patreon member with, I don't want to get these confused. It doesn't make you a Patreon member. However, we have structured this so the YouTube membership and the Patreon membership both deliver the same thing. So you don't have to make some kind of choice as to whether I have to join both. You do not have to join both. Make your choice. It's just a bit of a conundrum that we already have Patreon going, and some people are more comfortable with the YouTube portion. So we have added that, but you get the same deal and we will be sending you a Discord link so you can join the conversation on Discord 24/7, 365. So thank you for that. Back-to-back Big Ten champs.
That is Jason. So he is already
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just had to re-up, I guess.
Okay, very good. I don't know what that is, but thank you for that, Jason. We appreciate that. It's very nice of you. So John does such a better job of promoting all our stuff than I do. That's for sure.
Well, we gotta make sure we keep this thing rolling.
Yeah, I love the end of the Big Ten live show at the end of this, man. When you're going through everything, it's like a 5-minute, 10-minute long list of stuff. It's like, man, this is why this community that you guys have, Mark, everybody that's involved here, it's fantastic because there's just so much stuff.
Yeah, I do housekeeping.
Not just the videos and live, everything with it's great.
So before I sign off, I go through all the things. So we go through Amazon and encourage everybody to do that, and Patreon and YouTube membership and merch store and sponsorship and you name it.
Yes, John has done a remarkable job helping us further this show for sure. And folks, you will see at times other hosts come on for a block of time, but John has certainly just done a phenomenal job of anchoring our Michigan show as well. And I'm going to jump on the Michigan show from Indianapolis. Hopefully, let's all say our prayers that the live streaming works from inside the stadium and all that other business. But I will jump on for whatever time that I can, whether that's for 10 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever John will allow.
The whole time, man. The whole time.
So we shall see. But yes, we are officially entering the Ocho block. So, John, I will let you take it away. You've got a couple callers, as you can see,
absolutely
awaiting. So thanks, everyone. We will see you for the USC show. So, of course, our Big Ten contingent here, welcome in the USC show as your future brethren. So we've got the USC show coming up at 11 Eastern over on the USC channel with Matt Zemek, who does a phenomenal job. So we discuss USC football there in just a few hours.
All right.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Good to see you, John. Thank you as always.
Thanks, Mark. All right. And we are back for another episode of the Ocho Big Ten Live 8 p.m. block. We already have our friend Jeffrey on, and we're about to bring on 2 more panelists to round it out. We've got Sean Garner, Buckeye fan, and Will ND is back, Notre Dame fan. So welcome in, guys.
What's up, guys?
Good to hear you. Good to see you guys.
Hey, Sean. Good to see you. And for those of you who don't know, my name's John Diadamo. You can find me on Twitter find me on X at John Diadamo. So I host the Ocho.
How much of this X thing what chance is this that this is just a pure, just sort of prank? Like this is a postmodern, like there's nothing serious about this at all. It's a total joke.
The only thing I know about it is that Elon likes the letter X, and a lot of his stuff that he has X branded in it or something. So I don't know. I hope the bird comes back. I don't know.
What was that thing like a couple weeks ago? They said like you could only view so many tweets.
Yes,
for a couple minutes.
Rate limit.
That was so dumb.
Did anything is that just done? Like did that last for like a day and now it's gone? Now that policy just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it lasted about a day, and it was terrible because it was happening during like the trade deadline and the NBA, and like everybody was trying to keep up with that, and you couldn't look at more than 2 tweets. It was terrible. But hopefully, all this stuff's temporary. But I don't know.
All right, y'all.
Okay.
So, it looks like a friend of the show, Jackson Johnson, is back, and this is it for now, guys. We're gonna keep it here for now. We'll rotate people in and out, but we don't want 8 million people on the panel because it gets crazy. So we'll rotate people. Jackson, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, man. Glad to be on the Ocho.
I'm glad you're here, and we've got it. So I was just looking, and so 247 Sports has released their Big Ten Power Rankings.
Okay.
And for those of you who haven't seen it yet, it's interesting. There were a couple of ones that I thought, let's take a look at this. So no surprise about Northwestern. No surprise there. They're going through, let's just say, some challenges. Okay? But this is good news for you, Jeffrey, because that means that Indiana is not last. They are 13th. Okay?
Still terrible, but better than
Party.
the last, better than the worst.
Party in Bloomington tonight. We're not last.
Here's the thing. Obviously, you guys have some interesting games. You've got matchups with Indiana State and Akron that I think could be very, very winnable.
Mm-hmm.
Maryland and Louisville maybe could be a bit tougher. Louisville with first-year Jeff Brom, they're a big question right now. I don't know what's going to happen with them because when you institute a new scheme, new head coach, as D4 Sports, our friend, has told us many times, as a defensive coordinator himself, it takes time to institute new schemes. And so what's your take on Indiana this year, Jeffrey? I'm very curious, where do you think things are standing here?
The potential's there. I mean, obviously they were not very good last year, 4-8, but the potential is there to do better because of the fact that the transfer portal was very kind to Indiana. I mean, they had a top 25 transfer portal class. The only issue is that bringing in transfers, they're all new. You don't know how it's all going to fit and everything like that. And, sometimes guys just don't really pan out. You have like Michigan State lightning in a bottle with Kenneth Walker. Everything's great. And then the next year you see Michigan State does not replicate that success. So I think that, Indiana's schedule is manageable enough for them to make a bowl game at 6-6. They can do it because, like you said, Indiana State and Akron are winnable. Louisville's key. Got to win that game. I think that, that's a 50-50 game because it is, Jeff Brom's first season. He does have the advantage, though, of already having played against Indiana every year at Purdue, so he kind of knows them. But still, his first season at Louisville, that could be tough. And then Rutgers and Michigan State, Indiana can beat both those teams because Michigan State they beat last year on the road, and Rutgers is going to be at Indiana. I think they can win that this time. So that would put them at 5 if they beat Louisville, Rutgers, and Michigan State. And then one of Maryland or Purdue could get them to 6. It's possible. I mean, it's not likely. I would say 5 and 7 likely. I would say 5 and 7, but I think Indiana could make a bowl game.
6-6. Here's my question though. So Allen, he's supposed to be a defensive head coach, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. He was a defensive coordinator at Indiana before he became the head coach.
So that's where my struggle is because I understand that your offense, especially since Mike Hart left and Kalen DeBoer left, that I get that that's going to be uncertain. But I was really surprised to read what they're saying here, that the defense was the Big Ten's worst, because you'd think, well, at least it's got to be midway, So I'm hoping that he'll be able to make those strides this year, at least on defense, to get back to that, at least middle ground.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he was a defensive-minded guy, and he still is. But the issue was that Kane Womack was such a good defensive coordinator when he was at Indiana that it inflated the numbers and made Indiana look better than they actually were on defense because he ran a type scheme that was all about luck and like taking chances. And that's why Justin Fields in the 2020 game, he had 3 picks because Indiana was just blitzing him to death. And they were like dropping everybody, and he had nowhere to go. So like the middle of the field was wide open, but Ohio State couldn't figure it out. And he threw 3 interceptions because he was getting hit as he was throwing. It was smart defense by Kane Womack, but he's gone. The last coordinators that they've had on defense have not been very good. They got a new one this year again. So it's one of those things we're not going to know until you see it.
Indiana's also one of those programs, even when they've been pretty at their best moments, they always suffer from depth. So as games wear on, they usually I've seen so many games they're in tight against a top opponent, and they almost never close them because they just get worn down at the end. And if they have an injury or two, I mean, that's it. They're playing players that aren't Big Ten quality football players after that. Jeffrey, I noticed something interesting. I was just looking up Indiana's depth chart, and is Donovan McCulley full-time switching to a receiver now?
Yes, he was basically a full-time receiver last year because of the fact that for whatever reason he didn't want to be a quarterback anymore, which I was shocked because he has the tools there. I mean, he needs to work on passing, or he needed to work on it, but the legs were there. But he chose to switch to receiver last year, and he caught around 200 yards, 250 yards receiving yards last year, a couple touchdowns. I mean, he wasn't bad, but for him to be, if he's going to make a living, playing wide receiver, he's going to have to get a lot better. He could tell there was still an adjustment period for him, but he's 6'5", like they said on there. He weighs more now, obviously in college, but he's got.
I was 6'5", under 200. That is spindly.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
now.
Yeah.
There we go. 210 according to ESPN. There you go.
Yeah, 169. So he didn't even have 200. I thought he had 200, but yeah, 169 yards and a touchdown. He has to do better than that. But he
came in as a quarterback. It looks like
he played quarterback for them down the stretch last year when Tuttle went down. He came in and he was. I remember when they were playing Ohio State last year. Their offense was doing jet diddly poo. I mean, they couldn't do anything against Ohio State. And then Tuttle got hurt. McCulley came in at quarterback and provided a spark for them. Like, it really, I mean, he just provided a threat. And I think they had a couple scoring drives right after he took in. He came in. I mean, obviously they were way behind, but it was he was I thought he was an intriguing project, and he's clearly he's an elite athlete. He's not just a good athlete. He's a phenomenal one. If he can put it together, I think he can be a real threat, and he has a real future.
Yeah, he was a former 4-star recruit in high school, and he played basketball as well as football. So at Lawrence North High School. So I think that for him to, reach his full potential, I don't think that Indiana needs to lock him down at the receiver position or himself. I think he needs to be used in a variety of ways. Maybe he's still used at quarterback for like sneaks, and maybe, out of the backfield as a running back every now and then, because he's very talented, but he's going to have to get it all together.
I was trying to remember which quarterback I chose for the John Plays Indiana game. I'm pretty sure I picked Taven Jackson, but I don't remember. I'm trying to remember if it was him or Sorsby. And obviously they're, both, their careers have been short in football. What's your take on the quarterback situation?
I think that Taven Jackson's going to win the job because, Brendan Sorsby, I don't, like you said, we don't know anything about either of them because they've barely played. But, judging by recruiting rankings, which they're not the be-all and end-all, but Taven Jackson was a 4-star recruit. Sorsby was a 3-star. And Taven Jackson transferred to Indiana. Brendan Sorsby was at Indiana last year. He played in the Penn State games, 3 of 7 with a pick. Didn't have a shot against Penn State. I don't think Taven Jackson transfers from Tennessee to Indiana with his brothers basically nudging Trace Jackson Davis, on the basketball team and everything. I don't think he transfers to be on the bench. I think he's going to start. It's not great. He's got to go up against Ohio State as his first true test in football. That's terrible.
That is a tough first game for any quarter. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Caleb Williams. I don't care who you are. Your first ever game, you're playing Ohio State. Now, granted, they are also breaking in a new quarterback, but it's a little different.
Yeah, but the talent gap's not even close.
Well, and we'll get to hear the iconic SEC on CBS theme song for Indiana football. That'll be cool right there.
Yeah. And Indiana's offensive line's undergoing a bit of reconstruction too, I believe, right now, and they're going to have to deal with that Ohio State front four with JTT, Jack Sawyer, Mike Hall. And that's obviously the strength of the Ohio State defense. And he's not going to have a lot of time to break in here. So
and I think the loss of Jack Tuttle. I mean, I watched Jack Tuttle in the spring game. He was a little. He made some mistakes, but he is coming in, and he is battling Davis Warren for that backup job. And Davis Warren has been in the system for a while, and Tuttle is making it a very difficult competition.
Yeah, Jack Tuttle could never stay healthy, and it's very unfortunate because if he had him, I mean, he was an Elite 11 quarterback back in like 2018 or 2017, whatever, 2018, I think. I mean, he was a four-star guy, a lot of expectations.
But he was also terrible at Indiana. I mean, he just was never good. No. I mean, he was awful. I mean, like I remember when Penix went down and he came in the 2020 season and then in the 20 – well, that happened 2 years back to back.
Right.
Those – like I have never seen an offense performance drop more drastically like ever in college football. Like they went from being solid, dangerous, to being like ineffective, like incompetent, ineffective. Like Iowa level bad when he came in. Yeah. So
he never panned out at all. I mean, Taven Jackson is closer to Michael Penix than Jack Tuttle level production. Then I think Indiana can go 6-6.
Yeah.
Possibly, very, very possibly. I mean, we just don't know how good he is, but he's got talent, and I mean, it would be really cool for Indiana to have two brothers in two different sports, succeed. It'd be cool.
Heupel, I mean, listen, Heupel, the quarterback coaching over at Tennessee. I mean, we saw how bad Joe Milton was at Michigan.
Yeah,
and I got to give him that he is.
Well, I mean, Joe Milton. We do remember though. Joe Milton looked incredible against the Gophers and then the Michigan State game. So I mean, I don't totally trust that Joe Milton's going to be a high level the whole year.
Sorry.
Yeah,
you're saying. I think I misunderstood you. He didn't look good in the Michigan State game. You're saying, right, Will? He did not look good.
Yeah, he did not look good in the Michigan State.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't look good against Indiana in 2020 either. I mean,
my point is that Heupel has shown has pointed I think that the coaching there has helped Joe Milton compared to laying an egg on Rutgers and Cade McNamara having to Superman that game to win against Rutgers.
That was a good game
in 2020 Yeah. Well, you love 2020 for the Indiana beating Michigan.
Yeah, last thing is I'm sure you guys will move to the next team, but you mentioned the offensive line, Sean. Indiana does have a new offensive line coach, Bob Bostad from Wisconsin. That if the offensive line is not better with that guy, then it's not ever going to be better again. I mean, it should be better than it was the last 3 seasons with Darren Hiller at offensive line as the coach. He just was not getting it done. And the offensive line was. I mean, it was more penetrable than Swiss cheese. I mean, it was terrible. And now I think that it should be competent, not against Ohio State, but maybe against Louisville and, Michigan State. Maybe it'll be better.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope for your sake, I feel like in our community, we start rooting for teams because we like the people in the community. Yeah. And, I even, don't hate Notre Dame anymore because of Will, and I'll probably, if Indiana's up against somebody I don't care about, I'll root for Indiana. That's just how we do.
That's awesome, man.
So my 2 big things, because obviously we could go over every single team on this power rankings, but there were 2 standout things that I saw here. Rutgers, no surprise at 12. I'm skipping them, and I'm skipping Purdue for now for the following reason. So Nebraska at 10. So this is the first thing that I noticed. Nebraska at 10. A lot of people are saying 6-6, maybe 7-5. I'm here. Obviously we have Corn Nation, John Johnston call in sometimes. And Nebraska's a big wild card for me because they actually look better than I was expecting in the spring game. You don't want to take too much into a spring game, but I really do think that their style is going to work based on what they're doing. Will, I'm curious to hear your take on Nebraska and kind of what you're seeing versus what Scott Frost was doing last year.
Well, I felt like Nebraska, once Scott Frost left, I felt like they played much better. Like, the record wasn't that much better, but I feel like they were just playing more happy, more free, not stressed out with the new coach. And I really like Jeff Sims. Like, I know obviously with Georgia Tech, there was no talent around him. But when I was watching him play against some of the ACC teams, like Georgia Tech wasn't that bad. I mean, they went 5-7, which isn't great. Yeah. But like when I was watching him, because they beat North Carolina. Sorry, Jeffrey. They beat like a couple of decent ACC teams, and Jeff Sims looked very good for Georgia Tech. So I mean, obviously the Big Ten West, he's going to be facing better defenses, but there's talent on that Nebraska roster, and I feel like he should be able to they should be able to run the ball a bit, throw it a bit. I feel like that Nebraska. I know the Nebraska defense was the problem, and but I don't know. I feel like with Jeff Sims, I feel like he'll do enough for them to at least make a bowl.
Jeff Sims, you talk about that North Carolina game. That was heartbreaking. Josh Downs dropping the ball at the end zone. It's terrible. But, I think that, he's a guy that he's kind of like Casey Thompson in a way. I hope he ends up being better than Casey Thompson, but it's like Casey Thompson really struggled at Nebraska. He was not able to really get it off the ground. He even had Trey Palmer from LSU. I mean, he had a really good threat on the outside, and it just didn't work. Yes, you have a new coach, but if Jeff Sims does not at least turn the ball over less than Casey Thompson, there's not going to be any improvement. But you do have Matt Rule. That's the wild card. He's supposedly a lot better, at coaching. So, and Scott Frost. So maybe it will work out. Maybe they'll make a bowl game. I think that they have about a 50-50 shot there. I think they can do it, especially they're in the West.
I'll say this. Matt Rule's turnarounds have not been instant. He's done a really good job everywhere he's been.
Well, Sean, he didn't have the portal. He didn't have the portal. That's the thing. He has the portal now. So I feel like that helps a lot.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely could be huge. But I think they went 1-11 his first year at Baylor. And it wasn't instant at Temple either. I mean, I definitely think he's a good coach, and I expect them to have some level of success. But I mean, I think there will be. I think Nebraska fans are going to be really patient with them anyway, at least for year one. I don't think there's really any expectations for this team. I think it's hard to predict any team in the West because I feel like everybody's in like massive transition right now. So, I don't know, and they're all, and it's there's so much parity within that division anyway. Like I could see it, you could just shake up the ball and roll it out a bunch of different ways. I wouldn't be surprised. So
the Big Ten West is like a less chaotic ACC Coastal, because I mean it is chaotic, but you didn't have like with the Coastal where 7 years in a row is a different winner. All 7 of them won the division. I mean, at least Big Ten West is usually Wisconsin, Iowa.
I would have said that a couple of years ago, except that Wisconsin and Iowa kind of receded into the pack to where like both of them, their offenses got so bad, they became like just so one-dimensional as teams that like the rest of the league. What was it? I remember seeing like some sort of labyrinthian like draw up like about the ways every team could win the West last year going into like the second to last week of the season. And it was chaotic. They were all the exact same.
Well,
except for Northwestern.
You said something a little while ago about Matt Rule's turnaround at Baylor, about how it was a long process. Well,
not that long, just 1 year, but yeah, a bad year, and then they were good.
When he showed up to Baylor, he only had one assistant coach that was familiar with how recruiting worked in the state of Texas. And, the turnaround was not easy, but he got it done. Got him from 1 win to 7 wins to Big 12 runner-ups, right? And Texas high school coach loved him, and the tremendous job he did at Temple that last year where he won the conference title. The year before that, they were conference runner-ups, I believe. But, even though they didn't win the conference 2015 at Temple, they were so great that they had College Game Day coming over to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 2015 when they played Notre Dame on Halloween. I mean,
I heard the Temple fans were really nasty that night.
Oh, man.
It's Philly. What do you expect?
Yeah.
On that topic,
what do you expect? They throw
State-
batteries on the field.
It's the city of brotherly love.
On that topic,
Likely send
Michigan
Nebraska
State
to a
Spartans.
Oh,
So let's talk Michigan State. So Michigan State was put over Purdue and Nebraska. I'm getting some pushback in the chat saying, well, aren't they all kind of in the same? Well, Michigan State has not been doing well recently. Okay, last year.
You really enjoy talking about this, don't you, John?
And
he's really wishing Ohio State was at number 9.
Quarterback exodus, wide receiver exodus, and cornerback exodus. Okay, they're having trouble recruiting. They are not. They haven't found that it factor since Kenneth Walker left. And at the over/under of 4.5, that is the over/under. I put it at 4 and 8, so that's just barely the under. And people were saying that's crazy. It's barely under. I mean, what are they? What do you think they're seeing? What do you think about Michigan State? Let's go, Sean Garner. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on Michigan State.
I don't have many thoughts because I don't know what to expect from them.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be very good. I don't think they've got talent to really be competitive in the East against the upper level teams, period. But I mean, like, the whole key is going to come to, like, how good are they going to be against the mid-level, the lower half of the Big Ten? And I'm trying to look up their, I was a little bit higher on Peyton Thorne than I think most people were. I thought he didn't have a lot of, like, physical talent, but I thought he was a smart guy who made good decisions and didn't kill the team.
I think he was about the same as Brian Lewerke was.
Yeah. Noah Kim, who's probably going to be the starting quarterback.
He's more physically talented than Peyton Thorne, for sure. Not even close. Yeah. That's but he also, losing Keon Coleman, who I think is who I thought last year was just a good receiver anyway, not even like an irreplaceable playmaker, but outside of him, they don't really have much else.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't developed any sort of identity on offense since Kenneth Walker left. I just don't know what to say. This team's a huge mystery to me right now.
Jeffrey, what's your take on Michigan State?
Yeah, Peyton Thorne. Yeah, this one's really interesting for me because of the fact Peyton Thorne was solid that in 21, but he had Kenneth Walker and he had Jalen Naylor, Jaden Reed. They made him look really, really good. I'm not saying he's not. We'll see, if he starts at Auburn, how he does. But that really helped him out. And he just regressed badly last season. I mean, Indiana beat them. Indiana has the spittoon. And you got to realize Michigan State's at number 9 in these power rankings, and their over/under is only a half a win more than Indiana at 4. So it's like this. So Michigan State, even though they're 4 spots above Indiana, no one really thinks they're going to be any good. Now that doesn't mean that they won't be good. I mean, they have, probably more talent than the teams behind. Maybe not Nebraska, but the other ones like Purdue, Rutgers, Indiana, Northwest, they have more talent. And like you said, Noah Kim could be an improvement if he, shines or whatever. But they have a lot of, holes on the roster and a lot less talent than they did a couple years ago, that it could be harder for Noah Kim than if he was playing when Peyton Thorne played 2 years ago, with the talent they had. So they could be 4 and 8, like you said, John. I think that they could really struggle. I would say that their likelihood of making a bowl game is above Indiana or Rutgers, but not by much. It's those teams are going to be fighting for that last bowl spot in the East.
Well, Mel Tucker, I mean, I think everybody just kind of put the cart in before the horse when they gave him that big contract extension.
No question. Absolutely.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater when you're saying he's got to go after 2022. Because, I mean, we got to see, was 2021 that one great year, like that fluke year, or was 2022 the reality of what's to come in 2023?
And there were some things in 2021. If you look at some of like sort of the advanced analytics, Michigan State actually wasn't really that great of a team, and they caught a lot of breaks along the way. Like they were like they probably should have finished like 8-4 that year, 7-5.
Well, they did get lucky.
They're expected. Like Nebraska, they did not have a first down in the entire second half of that game. And then they ended up winning.
Yeah, and they beat Indiana like 20-15, and Jack Tuttle threw like 3 picks in that game.
Oh yeah,
Penix was healthy. There's no way that Indiana loses that one. So I mean, Michigan State like that year, and Mark has said it. Not trying to speak for him, but Mark has said it a lot too. When me and him have talked, that year Michigan State team was very lucky, and that they probably in reality, like you said, Sean, was 7-5. So I think that Michigan State moving forward with Mel Tucker, it's more likely they're a 6-6 team, 7-5 at best, than ever getting back to where they were. But
it kind of, I mean, like I've spent several weeks. I had a lot of friends that went to Michigan State. I'm from it. I went to high school in Michigan.
Yeah,
and spent a lot of weekends there. That is a fun place to be. It seems like they should be able to recruit there. That is it's a great campus. It's a wonderful place. I couldn't imagine anyone spending a weekend there and not being at least tempted to spend the next 4 years.
Their girls are attractive. I'll say that. Their girls are attractive.
Yeah. You said what I wasn't. I was trying not to say.
Yeah.
Well,
you're a good man, Sean.
we're gonna keep rolling here at the Voice of College Football. So I think I have no issue with Minnesota at 8 or Illinois at 7 or even Maryland.
I think Minnesota is a little better than Illinois. I mean, I am a PJ fan, though. I'll say that. I am a PJ fan. But I feel like Minnesota's returning
has
more.
To be good. He's an unknown. He's got to be good.
I will say that when I played them in the NCAA 14, that their defense was a real problem, and I thought that their offense would be, but their defense was actually doing a pretty good job in that game. Of course, we can take NCAA 14 with a grain of salt, but I did try to get the rosters as close as I could.
No, this is gospel here.
I mean, you look at Minnesota, though. They had the 11-2 year, in 2019, and they had Mo Abraham, and they had the 2 receivers, Rashad Bateman, and the other guy I can't remember right now. You talk about that year's team. It feels like Michigan State. You had 2 receivers, a great running back, and a quarterback that played above average, and it never was the same again with Minnesota. And it feels like that with Michigan State.
Mm-hmm. And they caught a lot of breaks on their schedule that year too. Like they didn't play a team that was like in the top 75 until like November that season. And that kind of momentum, that kind of confidence can carry you a long way.
Okay, so maybe there's some question marks about 8 for Minnesota, but I mean I think I had them at 7-5. I don't think that I don't really have an issue with them at 8. I think compared to MSU at 9, this one seems about right. Chris Autman-Bell's legit, and I think he's gonna be a real impact player.
Who was that one like redshirt freshman receiver that caught the long touchdown pass? Who got the big touchdown against Wisconsin? I think he'll be good. I forgot his name though.
I
can look it up.
Is it? Is it Kristen Hoskins? I don't know.
It might be.
Someone will tell us. I guarantee it.
I'm looking at the depth chart here. I don't. All their receivers on the depth chart I'm looking at are. I mean,
I think
all
it
the
was
receivers.
Brockington. Was that it?
Okay. Yeah, Lameek Brockington. Possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, 33-yard game-winning touchdown. Yeah.
There you go.
He looks really speedy. I know. I'm also just a PJ. I know, like I'm kind of wearing my PJ shades. But
You
I
do
don't know.
like
I think they'll
PJ.
at least go 8. I think they'll probably go 8-4 again. It feels like they always go 8-4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
8-4. 8-4 sounds right. 7-5, 8-4. Yeah.
It's their whole key is always going to be about the offensive line. They need to control they're always going to be a ball control, time of possession type of team under Fleck. So they need to have at least a decent running game, at least one that can.
I don't really have an issue with where Illinois is. They are losing people, but I think that they've accounted for that in the rankings by putting them at 7 and not at like 5 or something. They do have some people coming back, but especially their defense is going to be good again. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that first name, but Newton. And then obviously with Luke Altmaier coming in.
Jerzon Newton.
There you go.
He's a real player. He is. He's a potential top 50-ish pick, I would say.
Yeah, Chase Brown and Sidney Brown and Devon Witherspoon are 3 big losses, though. I mean, that Sidney Brown, Devon Witherspoon in the secondary was fantastic for them last year. Chase Brown was a great running back. Tommy DeVito.
Jartavius Martin killer last year at safety. Jartavius Martin, great safety last year.
Yeah, Luke Altmaier, I want to see him because he was pretty solid for Ole Miss in that bowl game that they played. I think it was against Baylor, and then he started to make mistakes. He started Mississippi State. No, wait. No, he played Baylor in the bowl game. I thought it was Baylor that they played.
In the 2022 Sugar Bowl?
Yeah, he played in that game, and he was doing really good, and then he threw a couple picks, and he kind of fell apart. But he was not bad. He wasn't bad.
Well, Illinois, I'm looking at their non-conference schedule. It's scarier than it looks. I mean, you got to go to Kansas a week, too. I mean, Toledo is – yeah, they're tough. And Tom Herman and Florida Atlantic – let me tell you, do not go against Tom Herman as an underdog. That is.
He might take a year, though. I think he might need a little time. When is that? Like the second game?
No,
I trust Brad.
Well, that's the 4th game, but the 3rd game is going to be at Penn State on Big Noon kickoff on Fox.
Okay.
So, but they don't have Michigan, Ohio State, so that's a bright side.
I'll say this about Illinois. They've been horrible for the last 20 years with little 1 year sort of.
They had that one Rose Bowl run.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's exactly they have every so often they rise up for a year, surprise you, have a much better than average season for them, and then they recede right back to where to just the Big Ten cellar. And hopefully now that they've got, I think, a pretty good coach, hopefully they can attain more sustainable competitiveness. But, I mean, that's the history of their program is they don't follow up good years with other good years.
Yeah, I do think that Lovey and Brett Bielema are 2 very different head coaches. I think Brett Bielema has a really good history, and I think he's consistent. And so I would see them at least getting a bowl. I think I have them at 6-6, which is probably low even.
Who's going to be at quarterback for them this year? Does anyone know?
Luke Altmaier.
Okay, I don't know anything about
Ole Miss.
I got Illinois.
Yeah, like I said, he played in the bowl game for Ole Miss against Baylor in 2022, and he had his moments, but he was very young, so he's going to be older now, and hopefully for Illinois fans, he'll be more developed and ready to play.
Absolutely. So, so Talia, probably the second best returning quarterback in the Big Ten. And
Right after Tom McCord.
yeah, right. Yeah, so it's interesting. Obviously, he's got some people who went to the NFL, but he does have some transfers coming in. Tyrese Chambers looked really good at points. Caden Prather from West Virginia, or Prather.
He was good for them. He was really solid.
Tyrese, I think, could be a real problem. But again, if Josh Gaddis is coaching the wide receivers again, I don't know if they put that on his plate this year. I'm going to check here. But if Josh Gaddis is a wide receiver coach again, like he has been at the last two stops alongside being OC, then that could be a problem. The route running has just not been good. And if you watch the Miami film, but I think that they have a quarterback that can paper over some issues. If he can stay healthy, look out.
I feel like this could be the year. No one's gonna expect it to see it happen, but I do feel like that Maryland can take down one of the big three. I don't think it'll happen, but I don't know. I feel like this is their best chance.
Well, I mean, because we've seen Michigan and Ohio State the week before rivalry week. Last year, we saw Michigan's tight game against Illinois, and that was maybe we see Michigan thinking a little too much about Ohio State going into Maryland. I don't know yet, but
it's very possible. It happened last year.
Maryland was competitive against both Michigan and Ohio State last year.
They were.
Yeah.
Josh Gaddis is coaching the quarterbacks as his position group.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see. I thought Rakim Jarrett and Demas were very good, dangerous options for them last year. I think it'd be interesting to see how these transfers fill that role. I mean, I'll take Jeffrey's word. I didn't really know much about Caden Prather. I mean, I imagine he's probably a pretty good player. My problem with Maryland has always been I just have never felt like since they've joined the Big Ten they've been tough ever.
Yeah, this is the best that they've been actually. Because I think Mark said. I think Mark
they get run on.
They win a bowl game again. If they win a bowl game for a third time in a row, it'd be the first time in 15 years or so, 20 years. So they're definitely improved.
Well, they're better, but I don't know if I necessarily think that they're tougher, physically. They've got more skill. I've always felt like since Lance has been there, they're going to be skilled. They're going to have good game plans, but are they strong physically? Can they stop the run? Can they hold up? Will they sustain a physical football game? And that's always
9-3 for Maryland, and they could surprise and win against one of the big players.
So I'd like to see it happen, but there's one other question I have.
Yeah,
the health of Talia Tagovailoa, because if you remember last year when Maryland was playing Indiana, there's that big right leg injury for Talia.
Yes. I'm thinking, came back though.
Yeah. I mean,
he did come back. I mean, because he played against Ohio State with a hurt leg, and I mean that was really impressive. And he gave it everything he had. Final play of the game, he's on the ground getting hit by one of the big boys of Ohio State. I mean, he
played his heart out, man.
I'm really was rooting for him in that game, not necessarily to win, but just to play well, stay healthy. Because when you're playing Ohio State, you can get hurt going up against those guys. But yeah, I think he'll be okay.
I remember watching that game, and it was snowing, and I was on the bus away from the big house, heading back to the hotel, and I was watching Talia just be an absolute warrior against Ohio State, and just couldn't get it quite done. Obviously, injury, that's tough. When you've done that well. This could be the year.
I don't know. Like, I can't stand Maryland basketball fans, but I don't know, man. Their football fans are pretty cool. So I don't know. I hope they can go 9-3 and get it. I hope they can go 9-3 and then get 10 wins in the bowl. I don't know if they'll beat one of the big three or not, but I think
I think the toughest thing about being in the Big Ten, especially the East, obviously that's going away, but it's like for a team like Maryland, you're not significantly better than the teams behind you. So, like, to go 9-3 and not beat any of the big teams, you'd have to win every other game, and that's going to be very hard to do, to win every single game. That's not Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. I mean, so 9-3 would be a feat.
Well, it is going to be easy beat Northwestern because they're basically just quitting on the 2023 season. They're like, screw it. We just want to get through the year.
Absolutely. So let's rock and roll in these last couple here. This one I took issue with Iowa, so I'm going to start by honoring these two Iowa super chats. Lemansky, thank you for your $20. Only 7 days until A.D. Barta leaves the Hawkeye offices. Lock the door behind him. There is no love for Gary Barta because here's another comment. Erica Goldberg, $5 super chat. Can we have a celebration call-in show on Gary Barta's last day? It's coming up soon. So Iowa fans are not big on Gary Barta.
I don't think a lot of people were big fans when he was on the CFP committee. Oh, man.
Yeah. I have an issue with them at 5. Actually, I don't think I think they're going to be above Wisconsin in the final rankings. I've predicted 11-1 for Iowa and a win against Penn State.
Wow.
At Beaver.
Who's your one loss?
Wisconsin. So I do think that Wisconsin's going to beat them head-to-head, but I think that they're going to be ahead in the race.
Is that game in Madtown this year?
In Madison, the Wisconsin game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Madison.
Okay.
Yeah, but with everybody that they have, obviously Brian Ferentz, we know he is the weak link.
I have a hard time, not to cut you off, John, but I have a hard time seeing him going 11-1 though with Brian Ferentz still calling the plays.
Well, hear me out. I will redo my argument for 11-1 as follows. I think that what Iowa needed. So I think we can all agree here that Iowa's defense is probably top 5 or 10 in the country every year. Phil Parker, right?
That might be overstating it slightly. Top 10.
Top 10.
mean, regardless, just no matter what kind of roster turnover they have.
Yeah, top 10. They tend to reload versus having as many down years on the defense.
Right.
On the offense.
Last year's defense, like the scoring game on defense was second in the nation.
Right.
The running yards allowed per game were 11th in the nation. The passing yards allowed per game were 6th in the nation. And the total yards allowed per game were 2nd in the nation. And now that Gary Barta is gone, the question is this the last chance for Kirk Ferentz, where he better have like a 10-win season or else he's out of there? Because he's obviously not going to fire Brian Ferentz.
Yeah. This might be the farewell party for Kirk Ferentz. And look, the pieces are there. So last year they had, I would argue, a JUCO level quarterback. And this year they have Cade McNamara, who, along with a lot of help, won a Big Ten championship. He is very good at handing the ball off. He's very good at short yard passes. He's also decent at medium range passes. And guess what, folks? That's all they need, period. Okay? With Eric All on one side, Luke Lachey on the other. By the way, Luke Lachey, the reason that they scored 2 touchdowns against Michigan, Luke Lachey. Okay? By the way, Caleb Johnson at running back did very well last year as a freshman running back. By the way, also, Caleb Brown, transfer from Ohio State. The big question is the O-line. And I actually think that that Brian Ferentz is okay at coaching up the O-line, as well as, they've always done pretty decent on the O-line, and they're bringing in transfers from let's face it, some schools like I believe a Division II school and but they're the best. They're probably the best player at their school. And so I believe that their O-line, if they can solve that question and they can be good enough, then this is an 11-1 team, and I think it will be.
That has been the big problem for them on offense since they lost Tristan Wirfs and Alaric Robinson a few years ago.
That's tough.
That was just – you could almost always count on them to have great O-line play. Like, that was just the one given – the issue was always with them was, like, do they have the imagination? Do they have the creativity to do anything other than run outside zone 100 times a game and just execute that as well as they can? But, lately they can't even do that. They can't even really run the bread and butter of what made them a serviceable offense, 5 to 10 years ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see. I just think that with Wisconsin I would flip those two. That's just what I'm thinking.
First-year head coach, that's shocking.
Wisconsin does have maybe a top 5 running back. Braylon Allen is really, really good. I think their defense is good, and Fickell will keep it good. But I don't think people are saying they're going to improve on offense. It takes time to implement an air raid, and they're implementing an air raid.
It was ugly in the spring, man. It was ugly.
It was ugly, and it's going to be better looking probably in the fall, but it's going to take time. It might even take the whole season, and they're still going to lean on their run pretty heavily. Mordecai has got to be more accurate, and he is going to be facing defenses that know how to pick you off.
He put up great numbers at SMU, but that is in the American Conference too.
Right.
You're going up against a lot of teams with the defense is not good at all. So, I agree with that. It's going to be a big step up in competition for him to be going up against. So it'll be interesting to see how he does, especially with the first-year head coach, new system being implemented a lot too.
Absolutely.
Well, they do have an easy stretch in the first half of the schedule because they got.
I'm excited to see that Washington State game at Pullman. I think that's going to be a great atmosphere, and I think it's a toss-up game. I'm really excited for that game.
That will be on ABC, 6:30 p.m.
I hope that's the college game day game. I'm not sure.
I'm afraid not. That's going to go.
Lemansky, thank you again for $10. Hawks have all O-line back. It's second year for their – well, no, they had some transfers, the Hawkeyes. They did have some transfers come in. And
maybe all their O-line is back, but they're actually – the transfers are going to be playing ahead of them.
Right, yeah.
Well, I noticed that Wisconsin's going to have a Georgia Southern. They got to go to Purdue, but I think Purdue's not going to have a great year. It's a transition year. Then they got that bye week. They got Rutgers coming to the jump around. And then you got the big one, Iowa. That's going to be a great one. But they got to go to Illinois. Then they got the Ohio State coming to their backyard. Then they got to go to your boys, Jeffrey, at Indiana. Then
that's going to be an interesting game right there. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but we'll see.
Well,
Wisconsin, it's going to be tough.
Well, Northwestern's coming over. Nebraska's coming over for Senior Day. And we got the Wisconsin-Minnesota game on rivalry week. And the question is, does Minnesota –
this will be the last question because then we're going to rotate. Yeah. Go for it, Jackson.
Yeah. The question is for Minnesota-Wisconsin is, does Minnesota have Wisconsin's number? Or will Wisconsin get their groove back against Minnesota?
Yeah, the Gophers won the last 2 meetings.
Yeah, those have both been kind of surprising. One a couple of years ago with the Big Ten West on the line. If Wisconsin would have won a couple of years ago, they would have gone to Indy instead of Iowa. And the problem with a lot of people with Wisconsin, I remember listening a week or two ago to this, and there was a lot of time spent over the shift in philosophy on offense for Wisconsin. I almost think the defensive transition might be a little bit harsher, and it might be a little bit more impactful to Wisconsin, because Wisconsin, the last 3 years, has been purely a defensive team. Their offense has been putrid, awful the last 3 years. I mean, just Iowa level bad. And the defense has carried them, has saved their face. And they are in the transition. The way Fickell ran his defenses at Ohio State, Mike Tressel's the new defensive coordinator at Wisconsin, I do believe.
Yeah, he is.
Yes, and he runs a way different scheme than what they've been running at Wisconsin the last several years. He was a DC at Michigan State back a few years ago when they had a really, really good defense and an offense that couldn't do jack diddly shit back in 2018, 2019. And but I mean, they ran a lot of they ran a 3-4, just big heavy personnel at Wisconsin. And that's not the type of defense that Fickell or Tressel really run at all. And if they take a step back, then I think this could be a really rough year for Wisconsin. I think because I think the offense undoubtedly is going to undergo some transition, and they have not been good at all lately.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling Wisconsin very much, but folks, we have a lot of people wanting to call in, and so we're gonna move to our next set of people and topics. But before we do, we have a tradition here of giving everybody a final thought. And where can people find them on the internet? And we're going to start with Jackson.
Well, my final thoughts are, Wisconsin can get their offense going with their new offensive coordinator, Phil Longo. It's going to be a great transition right there. And if you want to find me, you can find me at YouTube at Jackson Johnson 9779. And on Twitter, you can find me at twitter.com or x.com, if you will, x.com/Jackson 09960335 and Instagram.com/Jackson.Jackson.543908. And it's the same thing on Threads. And you can also check out my new show that I've had for a few weeks, The Jacksonian, where I've had on Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, the Wolfman from West Virginia football at the Voice of College Football, the Locked On Cougars, Parker Ainsworth, Candace Cooper from Locked On ACC. And there's a couple names I'm thinking of. Thursday will be my next episode, the Locked On Utes host. So it's going to be fun. But
everyone, get your bookmarks. We've got all the links in there, and hopefully soon, John D'Adamo from Michigan Wolverines Live. So let's
got a spot waiting for you, Johnny. Let's negotiate tomorrow afternoon, man.
Sounds good, Jackson. All right, thanks for coming.
I forgot to mention, Jay Sorgi was on here talking about his book, Greater Than the Games. Check that book out, by the way.
Absolutely, you should.
It is the go-to. It is one of the
good guy.
I recommend you buy it and read it.
All righty. So thank you so much for being on, Jackson.
Yeah, I forgot the one episode that I got that I forget. Jacob Hatch from Locked On Cougars.
There you go. All right, Jackson. I'm letting you go now, but thank you for being on. All right, next up we're going to have Sean Garner. Final thought, and I think you prefer not to talk about other places you're found, but we'll say we find you at Voice of College.
Well, there just aren't any other places really to find me, to be honest. That's just I live, as you can tell by my profile, a fairly private life here. But I'll say going into this year, I think the most important player in the entire Big Ten is probably going to be Drew Aller this year.
Hey.
I think there is a chance that he is the real deal, or at least can be the real deal in important moments. And it might be enough for Penn State to to climb over the hump this year. I think Michigan and Ohio State are both really good, but I think they're vulnerable. I don't think either one of them are that far above Penn State that they couldn't be knocked off. And
you're saying look out for Penn State.
And I would be surprised if Penn State had many struggles outside of Ohio State and Michigan.
I would agree with you there. I'd say Maryland might be an issue, and I do pick Iowa to beat Penn State. So
yeah, and I don't understand the reasoning there much, but you're entitled to that thought.
Cade and Eric all know how to beat Penn State. Number one, number two, all the things that we just talked about with Iowa and why they're good. Number three, Drew Aller, I'm not sold on.
Yeah, but I mean, well,
I can make that a whole hour on its own. So, Sean, I thank you for coming on the panel, and we'll see you next time. Okay, man.
Take care. Have a great night.
All right, and I got to keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Will ND, you're up next. So, final thought: where can people find you?
So, this is my victory lap week for the commitment of Kingston Viliamuasa from Ohio State and USC. So very happy we won that. Very happy. Good job, Marcus Freeman and the whole staff. And you can find me over at Will ND. I had some technical issues, but I'm finally going to get my YouTube situation figured out. I'm going to try to make some content this week.
Everybody follow Will ND. Check out the channel. And Will, thanks for being on and double week because we had you earlier too, right? So you came back.
If you want my takes on Twitter, Marcus_era. Thanks so much for having me on, John. This was a lot of fun. Sorry, 9 o'clock squad has been waiting a while. Sorry.
Oh, all good, man. All good. Thanks, Will. All right, and Jeffrey, we come to you. Final thought: where can people find you, man?
Oh, I mean, this was a blast. I had a lot of fun talking about a bunch of different things that we discussed, the rankings and, X with Twitter and everything. That was a lot of fun as well. So just appreciate you for having me on. I cannot wait for college football to be coming around the corner. Definitely might be calling back in soon, hopefully, to talk some more preseason football. It should be fun. Again, thanks for having me on. And where you can find me is at my YouTube channel, Only Talk Sports, where I talk sports every single day, or at least I try to. I don't always do it every day, but I do talk college football, basketball, NBA, and NFL. And you can find me at Twitter at Only Talk Sports, or X, whatever you want to call it. So you can find me there as well.
And the links are in the chat, so no excuses. Go follow, go give him a sub, please. He comes on, he gives his insights, so please do that for us. And Jeffrey, we really appreciate you stopping by, man.
Thanks again for having me. A lot of fun, and definitely sorry to keep everybody waiting.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Thanks for being here.
You too. Thanks.
We've been asking Jeffrey to come on and give his Indiana takes for a while, so we thank you for that. Before we move on to our next round of callers, this is a quick reminder that Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, is going to be live at Big Ten Media Days, and we are going to be covering it. He'll be on the Michigan Wolverines live show, live from it, and I'm sure we'll have segments happening throughout. And without further ado, we got some folks. So we're going to bring on the 9 o'clock panel. We got Cole from Nebraska. Thanks for joining us.
What's going on?
Hey, man. Go Big Red just for you.
Heck yeah.
We got Jason Moose. Go Blue. Jason, you there?
Uh-oh.
All right. We'll hopefully work on that. And we've got Alex Martins here. Hey, Alex.
All right. What's going on?
It's another great day in paradise here in Florida, and we have a lot of people wanting to call in, so I had to break this up into two. It's crazy.
We need Erica on here. I need somebody to banter with.
Oh, well, she's about to be on because next up
call in.
Is in fact Erica Goldberg is back in the house.
There you go.
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Hey, Erica, good to see you. And of course, last but certainly not least, the USC contingent joining the Big Ten. Tim Friendly is here. Tim, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, John. How you guys doing?
Mr. Prangley.
Great. We have been having all kinds of callers, and it's so great that everybody wants to hang with us. But I was thinking, okay, how do we break this up? Well, we break this up. We have kind of a big thing coming up here at the Big Ten. Big Ten Media Days. We know that Mark Rogers, voice of college football, is flying to go over there to Indy, and he's got a guy with him, and they're going to be interviewing coaches, and they're going to be going through the whole thing. So with that said, we've got kind of the schedule up here of Big Ten Media Days, and I'm curious to kind of go through this as you consider yourselves maybe PR reps for these coaches, or consider yourself the coaches themselves maybe, and think through maybe what they might say, what they need to do to win the media room, win the press conference. And we'll start with the Big Ten commissioner himself, Tony Petitti, obviously making a mark for himself. Kind of had a bit of a mess with the media deal and kind of wrapping up the loose ends there. So what do we think that's going to be like that first half hour there? Let's go, Tim. What are your thoughts?
I just think he takes a victory lap going back, looking backwards and looking forward. The fact that you had Michigan and Ohio State in the playoffs, both teams will be playing well, so they can focus that. And then, of course, looking forward, if he wants to talk about, well, then he's still working on media things. That's the big problem. So maybe he stays away from that. I think he just focus on the strength of the conference. Penn State also pushing. So that's what I would do if I were him.
Just a quick comment. I just remember last year, Kevin Warren talking about how proud he is that he has all the head coaches back, and then this year it's like
that kind of fell apart, didn't it?
Well, he could also, that's a good point though. You can pivot to that. He could talk about the fact that he's bringing in two very highly decorated, proven coaches into the league, in Fickle and Rule. I mean, that's something he could actually he could focus on that, just the strength of the overall league, which again is getting stronger and stronger every year. And I like to think in 24 it gets even stronger. So I think there's a lot of momentum for the Big Ten, and he needs to capitalize that and broadcast it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think there's going to be some schmoozing involved too. Because like you said, he doesn't have a totally clean record because he has to clean up the deal, and that's going to be a hard job. And even though it's not his fault, he still is going to have to schmooze a little bit to get that done. And I think that starts on Wednesday.
Do you think he'll address the Northwestern situation at all, or do you think he'll just...
Oh, that's such a tough question.
I really don't think he has to. I mean, it's not... I'm sure the questions will come. He's not going to address it himself. Why would he? Get out in front of it and say what? There's an ongoing investigation. What can he say, really?
I wonder if the press will just come out and ask him, or if they'll just wait until Northwestern's turn comes up.
They'll bait him.
Oh, they're going to ask him.
Yeah, but do you think it'll be up front here, or do you think that... I mean, you think they're going to ask Tony?
There'll be one guy be like, that sex thing. They'll bait him.
I think they're going to treat it... I don't know if anybody listened to the Washington Commanders announcement, the new owner, and they kind of, with that whole situation, they kind of addressed there have been challenges. They kind of kept it very high level. We know we've had a lot of headwinds, a lot of challenges. So if somebody mentions Northwestern, maybe that's as much as he goes into. Brian might actually have the best take on it. Ongoing investigation, can't comment. That's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I meant.
Absolutely.
And that's probably not a lie either. I mean, they're probably, if they were to comment, that would legally not be the most intelligent thing in the world to do.
Yeah, I'm sure they've been advised to say exactly what. Just leave it. Say it's an investigation because the progressives want to know what's going to be done about it, and obviously they're going to say, well, leaving it up to. I'm sure there's lots of investigations going on, lots of lawsuits coming out of things. So that mess is not going to be cleaned up anytime soon.
Yeah. This is only the tip of the iceberg, what we've seen so far, probably.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We do have one more caller joining us. But of course, we can't have a Big Ten panel without another Michigan caller, right? So we got our buddy Mike Fort joining us, Michigan Wolverine. Hey, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing? I wasn't going to come on, but I mean, it looks like Jason's having problems, and you're not having a panel without Michigan, so that's just not happening.
John represents Michigan too, although I guess in his role right now he needs to be neutral.
Well,
I try. It's difficult sometimes, but I try. Jason, I'm sorry you weren't able to call in. What we're going to do for you is I'm going to give you a separate StreamYard link later. We'll test your mic and see what's going on, so that you can call in for the next show. Mike, what do you think Tony's his big first foray as Big Ten commissioner? What do you think about that?
The obvious one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to have to address the obvious elephant in the room. I mean, the questions are going to come about Northwestern for a while now.
Yeah.
But I mean, after that, it's going to be the whole argument that Mark had brought. When can the Big Ten win the big game? Because we've been kind of hiding in the shadows behind whatever SEC team rises up. And there's always the question of how are we going to do whenever rubber meets road.
Mike, there's an easy answer. It's 2024. Don't worry. We're good.
Okay, you need to slow the hype train a little bit. I mean, you guys are going to come and compete, but if you guys think that
Mike, don't take that seriously.
No, I know. Like I said, I welcome USC because I think that's going to bring even more relevance, and maybe UCLA can get there. I mean,
they get the right coach. It's the weird thing about Chip Kelly. It's just a shame that guy does not recruit, because he's a good coach, but his staffs notoriously don't recruit, and they're relying on the portal or what. I don't know what the hell their plan is usually. But
well, I mean, you could argue that we rely heavily on the portal.
We definitely rely heavily on the portal now that Kirk discovered it.
Well, yeah,
we do too.
Well,Iowa just keeps poaching our players, but you know what? That's fine.
They decide on their own to go in the transfer portal. We don't make decisions for anybody.
But I am interested to see what Iowa does. Like I said, I've already been on record for saying I think Wisconsin wins the West, but I'm prone to changing my mind depending on certain things. Like if Iowa's offensive line can hold up.
If Wisconsin plays like they did in their spring game, which I'm not saying that I'm assuming that's what's going to happen, but if it does happen, they're going to have a long, long season.
The only
interception after interception.
The only bad school Iowa doesn't play is the Southeast Community College of the Division II Wolverine Jackrabbits.
The Jackrabbits?
Yeah, I was going to say,
John, this is a test. Oh, you guys can hear me again. Good.
Yes.
Continue on. Okay.
We can hear you.
Continue on. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Huh?
Mike,
they did play a nice 7-3 nail biter against South Dakota State. So yeah, I guess there's that. I will say they did end up winning the high school championship though, so it's not a terrible win. But like I said, offensive line is going to determine how far Iowa goes. They could be I'm not on board with 11-1. I don't know on what planet you have them winning in Happy Valley, but. Yeah. But,
it's Aller. It's Aller running back. That's all I see from Penn State. So Iowa's got what? It's got two of the best tight ends in the conference. It's got an amazing.
They had two of the best tight ends in the conference last year. Make a difference.
I was going to say
one of the best running
Caleb
backs
Johnson?
in the conference.
Tell me you're not hyping up Caleb Johnson.
He's good.
Oh my god! He's
good running back. No, I can't get on board with that. He's
all right. Michigan's a great team, my friend, but so is Iowa.
I think you might be surprised, Mike, if you watch him next season. I think you might be a little surprised.
I am willing to be surprised, but I mean, Caleb Johnson he's going to be, in my eyes,
he's
a
like
decent
Corum. No one said that.
Oh
that's
yeah,
what you're
obviously
comparing
not.
him against. We're not saying that. We're saying that he's going to be a good running back this year.
Yeah, and against Purdue, 200 yards. Against Nebraska, 109. He broke off definitely in that second half with some solid games.
Okay, is there two worse defenses in the Big Ten West than the two teams you just named? I think even Northwestern's defense was better than.
I was gonna say Northwestern.
Even Northwestern's defense was better than Nebraska's and Purdue's.
Leave us alone. You don't know what Matt can do this year, so you never know.
I mean, Northwestern was terrible last year, but that's because their offense was putrid, even worse than Iowa probably, and that's saying a lot. But Northwestern's defense wasn't great, but they were acceptable. You got to remember now, even though this was in a rainstorm, Ohio State didn't score a whole bunch on Northwestern when they played.
It was raining too.
Whereas,
but anyways.
Yeah, like I said, it was a weather game, but still,
No, the weather thing. I mean, I don't. That's
Like the
not an
snow game.
excuse. Like, that's not an excuse because this is Big Ten. Like, we play in all types of weather. It's not an excuse, but I just think that people need to remember that P. Trash is done. He's no longer on our team except as like a grad assistant.
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
you're right.
he's a coach basically.
But the thing is, I always have a chicken and egg thing. Was Petrus that bad because of the offensive line?
First of all, it's not as easy as that. It's Petrus. It's the offensive line. It's the play calling that was horrific.
You just opened up Pandora's box. Go ahead, Erica.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just one person or one thing.
A lot of things, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And that's not just an Iowa thing. Like when things go badly on a team, it's not just one person.
Oh yeah, and like I said, I'm not on the board thinking that Petrus is like the worst thing that's ever happened to college football.
He's trash.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, he is trash.
I'm just saying that you really couldn't get a feel of what he was because you couldn't protect him worth jack.
Right, but he also got sacked plenty on his own. Like, the offensive line has to protect him.
John, because we don't have a lot of time.
He didn't even
Let's
try.
move on to the coaches because let's
Yes.
get through the coaches.
And I'm not going to touch on
Sorry,
every
Erica.
single one, but I am curious about Rutgers because as we know,
Sorry, Erica.
that has been a struggle bus.
You rock, Erica.
That has
What about
been a
Chiano?
struggle bus. That's Greg Schiano. And what is he going to say when they ask him, what are your expectations for this year? Because that question is going to come up. What are the expectations?
I've already said that I think Rutgers is going to do better than other teams. I mean, well, first of all, Rutgers is one of the very, very few teams in the Big Ten that's returning their quarterback.
Their quarterback is terrible.
What, Sikowski is not great, but I think there's room for improvement. But I also think that outside the fact
Sikowski's at Rutgers again.
Sikowski's Rutgers, right?
No, he was at Illinois.
Illinois. I'm sorry. Who's that quarterback? Then I'm trying to think.
Maryland.
They had three, and all three were bad.
Mike, you talking about Maryland's quarterback?
No, Rutgers. I thought for some reason I was thinking Sikowski. I mixed up the teams though.
I had Gavin Wimsatt.
Wimsatt, that's it.
I had Gavin Wimsatt in the John Plays Rutgers game.
I think that was. He got some playing time last year. I just think Rutgers' defense is workable. I think Schiano's a good coach, and I think that for them to be in the Big Ten East, I think they can be competitive in all other games. Also, keep in mind that Indiana is going to be terrible. Michigan State's going to be terrible. I think Rutgers has a chance to be the fifth best team in the Big Ten East.
So when they
I think Schiano's major. John, I think a lot of the media will probably always say, the eyes. How many eyes? What's going on, bro? How many eyes are on the stadium? Honestly, you have like a quarter of the stadium packed because people in New York City don't watch college football at all. They watch the Giants and the Jets. That's Schiano's only problem. I think he's a great coach, and Rutgers could probably do really good, But what are your thoughts? I mean, it's just the stadium. When you go to Parsippany, you're just like, oh my God, this is college football. It's like people in the stadium. Hello. I mean, nobody goes to watch the game. So, you know what I mean? It's really hard on them. Uh-oh. He didn't say it, Tim.
I'm missing. I'm not even paying attention.
Hello.
Rutgers.
Yeah, we're not talking about any team that is really interesting right now.
Yeah.
You're not missing anything.
I was just curious about, because that the performance question is going to get asked.
Yeah.
Because it just hasn't been there. So, I did see some stuff in Rutgers Wire when I was looking at Rutgers Wire for the show in past weeks where they talked about tapping into North Carolina recruiting and trying some things out there. So they'll probably mention that at some point. But as far as this year, I think they want to get to a bowl. I mean, they need a bowl, and they got to one as an understudy in 2021.
Yeah, I think it was 21.
They were an understudy at 5 wins. So
an understudy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they need to get a real bowl. Get to 6. I feel like that's.
They just kind of need to nail recruiting down, and I think they'll be okay.
Shiano has no hope. He'll never have eyeballs, so he'll always be screwed. Sorry.
Yeah, although they do have the second highest recruiting budget in the Big Ten.
Yeah, and they're putting that to such good use.
Wow.
They're putting it to such good use, aren't they?
It's true.
Pretty sad.
Well, I mean, I also said that the 2016 season really set them back because I mean they were just flat out. I mean, forget the 7-8-0, but Ohio State beat them 68-0, I think. And I think they were blanked by Penn State and Michigan State as well. So, they've got some black eyes to recover from. But I think Shiano's going to bring it in the right direction.
Yeah, it's not going. There's not much to say on.
Chris Ash was not good.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, Ash was terrible. Oh God.
Who's the next coach, John?
So Mel Tucker.
God. We're picking the real winners tonight, John.
He's going to have to spend the entire time defending his contract.
So what brand of yacht are you going to buy when you retire? Or when you get fired?
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know if they're going to ask directly about his contract, but I think just like with Rutgers, there's going to be questions about performance. The only difference is Michigan State did have a good season mixed in there in 2021, right? Obviously, a great running back.
It was one man dependent, though.
Yeah.
Right. Very, very true. Kenneth Walker, excellent. Playing in the NFL now. But are they going? I think there might be a question about personnel and what's going on. Why are personnel fleeing? The quarterback.
Do you think questions are going to come about the locker incident last year? Do you think some of that's going to be asked?
Oh, the tunnel?
Yes.
Yeah, tunnel.
That might be another commenting about investigations answer.
Maybe. I mean, I think still, though, that they could comment on, the fact that there's a culture issue there, possibly.
Yeah.
Oh, there's definitely a culture issue. I think a lot of the questions are going to be about the offense, too, because their offense just got depleted.
Nothing against Mel, but he is kind of an amped guy, so I think, kids usually follow their coach, He's really amped. I mean, Mel in a frenzy is like, whoa. He needs to play football. I mean, Mel's got, you know what I mean? Guys, he's got energy. Mel does. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He does have that swagger kind of thing about him, but then there's the lack of backing it up.
He can have swagger all day long, but he's got a culture issue there.
Let's have some
not to throw my running back in there, but he reminds me of Travion. He's a lot of snooting and snorting. I'm the best. Yeah, and nothing to back it up. I agree.
Now, if you think Mel Tucker has a tough job, Braun might have the toughest press conference job in history stepping into that head coaching role.
If I'm Braun, I just fake the flu.
You just have the flu. I mean,
I ain't dealing with this.
Can you
imagine? What about the players then? They're going to be out there by themselves, no coach there?
I can tell you exactly. So Northwestern attending are Bryce Gallagher Jr., the linebacker, Rod Hurd, the second junior defensive back, and Bryce Kurtz Jr., wide receiver. So it tells you who's attending each one. So
it's basically they just need guys that are going to stump for Braun.
Who is this coach right now we're talking about? Fromm? I said Fromm.
Yeah.
Who's Fromm?
We're talking about Northwestern. And
Is there an interim yet? Oh, it's David Braun. Is that his name?
Yeah, David Braun, the former
Oh, I didn't know.
defensive
I mean, what's there
coordinator
to
that
say?
they just
We all
brought
know
him
the
in.
situation.
Wait.
Well,
Guys,
they
forget
just
what
need to
you
have
saw.
guys that are going to stump for him. Just guys that are going to stump for Braun. That's all they really want.
James Franklin, when
I
are
feel
you
like it
going
was
to
just
beat
a night.
Ohio State or Michigan?
I was going to say, this is all about, when are you going to win the big one?
That'll make him mad.
And this is kind of I think Franklin would have a better shot if the Ohio State game was in Happy Valley and they played us at home. But the fact that they got to go to the shoe, I'm not optimistic in Penn State winning there.
So they do have Olu Fashanu, and I will say that he is going to be a force to be reckoned with on the offensive line. I will say that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, James Franklin's going to have to tackle questions about, when you're winning the big game and what's your plan to beat the big teams this year. And now Erica, we come to your team.
Yeah.
Boring.
There's a lot to say.
Kirk Ferentz, Iowa. I will say one thing before I let you go off. I will say that he's been doing this a long time. He's by far the most tenured head coach. He's used to these things.
Yeah.
So
he
with
doesn't
that
always
said,
make a good showing though in public in these press conferences. He really does not. These last few years, especially, he hasn't. And I think they're going to hold him to account regarding the offense. Obviously, he's going to answer that they use the portal, and that they're excited about that, etc. And then they're also probably going to ask questions about what happened with Noah Shannon, who was meant to go to Big Ten Media Days and then had to back out because supposedly he's involved in the gambling investigation.
Oh boy!
So they're going to ask questions about that.
Oh, definitely.
And I just think they're going to ask him, like, besides the portal, how else can you? They're not going to say this bluntly, but pretty much, how else can you convince us that it's not going to be, just another garbage offensive year? Which I think he has reasons he could say that we've talked about ad nauseum. I'm not going to go into it again, but
Do you think that OSU reporter who torched him will be there?
maybe. And if he asks a question, then things get really interesting really fast. Because Kirk had him banned after that one time.
I bet he has the
Is he
longest
kind of like a
statement.
Erica? Is he kind of like a slow and kind of nice and soft talker, or is he more kind of loud and abrupt? I've never heard him talk. Is he kind of very even keel?
Calm. He doesn't get animated, especially. He used to get more animated when he was younger. I know that sounds bad, but it's true. But
I'll do him. I'll do him. He'll go. What I learned is I think we have an offense this year. Like it'll be like a surprise to him.
It's not going to be like that. It's not going to be like
No. I know. But
no,
you guys have an offense. I don't know how people aren't going to go crazy. The reporters going, "Oh, we heard you have an offense. Like, what do you think?" You know what I mean? I think it's
It'd have been nicer if they'd have got the offensive pieces earlier on, because they might have salvaged some guys. Like maybe Proctor, sticks around and doesn't bail for the SEC.
Well, Proctor's a whole nother can of worms that we'll have to talk about another time, because it's not as simple as that.
Well, I do want to honor Iowa fan Lemansky's $10 super chat. To honor Mark Rogers, Caleb, running back for Hawks, are 5.2 yards per rush. Henderson, OSU, 5.3, and Corum was in the 5s. That's behind a young 2022 O-line.
I would like to defend that Corum had a lot of 1-yard rushes.
Yeah, they ran him. There was a lot of that. Ran him for 1 yard and he got 2 or 3.
No, but what Lemansky is saying is very true as well.
Yes.
About we had a young O-line, although I will say I'm tired of hearing that excuse.
Yeah. I mean,
hasn't Corey been saying that they're not young anymore?
Yeah, Corey does say that, and I agree with him on that. He's 100% correct.
Well, they're not young. They returned them all. So,
Nick, $1.99, Michigan Wolverine. Big Ten should dump Northwestern to bring in Washington.
Oh, jeez.
Interesting.
Northwestern makes way too much money. Forget that.
They do make a lot of money. Oh, Packer, come on. Oh, geez. A UNC fan infiltrating the Big Ten show. Ship is trying to flip Davis and Goodwin to UNC. Not going to happen. Absolutely not going to happen.
Well, I don't blame them. They're from the area, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they are. But, yeah, no way. Like, Jaden Davis, Jim Harbaugh is building the entire offense around Jaden Davis.
Yeah. And Goodwin's, kind of, the sidekick.
Who's the next coach, John? Who's the next coach, John?
So the next coach, thanks for keeping us on track there. The next coach is your guy, Ryan Day.
No. You had to. Can we keep him last?
What a
last.
No, we're going in order.
We're going in order. He's in the schedule.
We'll get derailed for like an hour. You know that. So let's use Ohio State last. Everyone wants
Ohio State is last.
And have you only go for a few seconds. Why don't you tell us quickly?
No. Come on, last, please. I beg. All right.
We're good.
Well, in Ohio, Ryan Day, like I said earlier, Ryan Day just needs to tell some people to shut up. It's like, I'm 31-2 in the conference. Why are you all calling for my job?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. He has.
I love you, Mike. There you go.
Hey, I tell it like it is.
It's so annoying.
That's the first time I ever told a Michigan fan I love them. The first time in my life. That was big.
Yeah, get used to it. I mean, if somebody is 31-2 in the conference and you're calling for their head, I mean, I know that the 2 losses are to the rival, and both of them were pretty bad losses, but it's still 31-2. I mean, if anybody wants a percentage, that's what 94%. If Michigan won 94% of their conference games, they're building shrines to Harbaugh.
So what would you guys say today without being nice to him? Go ahead.
What will you say to him, like as far as giving him advice?
What would you guys say to Dave, not without being nice to him? Yeah, fire away. Go ahead.
Without being nice to, I thought we're talking about how the
without being nice. Media days, right?
What will they ask him?
It's obvious. How do you beat Michigan? I mean, there's really that. What other question can you ask? Like I said, 31-2, but those 2 losses were blowouts to Michigan, your rival. The obvious question goes to that.
Yeah.
When are you going to bring Urban Meyer back on staff?
Yeah, ask him that. Yeah, when are we going to replace you bum? Yeah, we'll see how that works out.
I don't foresee that. But I did hear some legitimate Buckeye fan calls for Urban Meyer in some of the chats that I've seen. So I think everybody just needs to pump the brakes. 2 losses, give him another year.
Meyer had enthusiasm. Dave's a strategist. It's a totally different ballgame. Give Dave some time, and he'll blow people's mind. Trust me.
And
he's just been all over the place. Yeah.
The other question is, what have you gotten from Knowles that's going to increase his defense? Because under the first, now everybody says Knowles, biggest jump is from first year to second year. I don't buy that. I don't.
Wait, hold on. It's not just Knowles. Just any defense is going to improve from year 1 to year 2. Well, not any. But the whole thing is the team is learning the scheme. They can't install everything. So you're trying to think about it. When your team's still learning the scheme itself, do you really want to start tweaking it and putting wrinkles in for each team and special things in? The question is going to be, is the 3-3-5, how effective is it against the power run game?
That's why I said, he's a nickel guy. So I don't, and that's not going to fly in the Big Ten.
I mean, that's exactly what Harbaugh did in the Pac-12. You realize that, right? There was a balanced defense in USC, but then we had to play Stanford every year with Jim Harbaugh, and we had to play Oregon with Chip Kelly. 2 polar opposites, and you throw it in there to sling it around to bring in an extra lineman and an extra tight end jumbo set, and then trying to stop that with the personnel you had to have for you look at your linebackers. USC, those gigantic linebackers, it was good against Stanford. But then they were lost in space and coverage when it came to trying to cover the Oregon slot receiver, for instance.
I knew this would happen. We talked about Ohio State forever. Let me say something, Tim. I really believe that spring games are real. And though there's a lot of issues with our offense, if you saw, a lot of issues with our offense, our D was just out of control. So, I think Knowles has figured it out in year 2. I definitely feel that. I don't know what you guys feel.
I don't want to temper you, but here's something. You're not going to show squat as far as offense. So it's going to be the offense is so vanilla. The defense has watched it all spring for X amount of practice, for 20 practices. They've watched these guys' routes. They've watched everything. They've scouted their own team. So of course, the defense always looks a little bit better in the spring game.
I hear you.
I will say
I'm disagreeing.
I will say they picked great choices to represent. Marvin Harrison Jr., Cade Stover, JTT, all stars. Great picks on that front.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So what would be? Yeah. What would, just to finish Ohio State, because we got to move on. What would be the negative questions you would ask Day or these three players? Like, what would be not just Michigan, we know that. What else to really improve the team or whatever? Yeah.
What happened to Marvin Harrison Jr. in the Michigan game? Because I think going into that game, he either had 0 or 1 drops the entire season.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he looked like crap against us.
What would you say today? Anyone on the panel, what would you say today to improve Ohio State?
Like I said, what have you gotten with
Besides
Knowles
Michigan,
that's going to looks like you're...
What happened
Knowles?
in the first half of the game against Iowa last year? That's what I would
So
say.
nitpicking, not a big picture assessment? What's the big picture assessment?
But that goes back to the big picture of the defense, though.
Big picture is the defense. Hold on, it wasn't just Michigan, and I'm not ripping the Big Ten. Big Ten fans don't yell at me. There aren't a lot of solid offenses in the Big Ten. They're really
in the Big Ten West. In the Big Ten West.
Okay,
there,
well, I'll give you.
There are solid offenses in the East.
Penn State, right? Yeah. Okay.
Penn State's offense is good. Maryland's offense is really good.
Good. Well, I would.
It's just when you go to the West and you got the Illinois and sorry, Erica, the Iowas, Wisconsin's offense was.
We were garbage last year.
Yeah, I mean the Big Ten West outside of Purdue had terrible offenses last year. So,
yeah, but
even Purdue didn't look that great the last half of the year either.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But they were obviously, they were kind of king of the diaper hill.
Yeah, but you gave up, over 500 yards. George, you a great tight, NFL All-Pro tight end. I know that at Georgia, but you guys gave up over 500 yards to Georgia as well. So, I think that the issue of defense is something that, quite frankly, is going to haunt you guys until you can figure it out. And what I think a lot of people are starting to figure out now is you go up against the right offenses. These offenses, kind of like at the Pac-12 media days, Whittingham said, analytics show that a strong offense is better than a strong defense. It's just what it is. And you go up against.
I'm going to come in, Tim, and say this is the year we figured it out. Trust me, our defense is solid. You'll see. I swear to you.
I also
and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I swear. Moving on.
I also think that you need to have both a solid defense and a solid offense. It's not enough just to have one or the other.
Right. Well, that's the ideal, but
yeah,
that's coming from an Iowa fan. Wow.
Okay.
Oh man, shots fired.
What do you
I don't know
ask
why he
Tom?
wants to create banter. He obviously just wants to do that.
What do you ask Tom Allen?
What's going on with your football team?
How's your basketball team doing?
Yeah, how's that basketball team? Right. Oh God.
Honestly, I don't know.
This would be my question. Why are you consistently not doing well? That's a searing question, but it's real. Why are you consistently?
Your defense is trash.
But why? I would say why.
Coach. Why is your defense bad?
Yeah, right.
Poor recruiting.
Why are they? Why? Jeffrey, climb in here, man. Why are they doing so bad? Why are they doing so bad? That's the question. I would sit there for an hour. Why?
Well, and I also think that, if Jeffrey was on, he could correct me, but weren't they a little lopsided with passing over rushing last season?
I don't know.
They seemed like they were like 70-30 pass, which if your defense is weak, that's a terrible way to go.
Well, when you're losing, you're going to be 70-30 passing. If you're down,
I'll give you that one. But you start off at 0-0, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say why.
Recruiting is difficult at Indiana, Jason O says in the chat. I'm sorry, that's not an excuse. Like, I'm so tired of hearing this recruiting is difficult stuff. Like, we hear that, like, Iowa, we hear that all the time, and I'm so tired of hearing it. I think it's such a cop-out.
Use the transfer.
John, can I address that, John, really quick? You see, sometimes you have to be there to see it, Hummus, and I've seen it. And what I'm trying to say is, I listen. You give up 31 points to Penn State, and you give up 40 points to the Dogs, and you give how many to Michigan? It just seemed like whenever you guys played a decent offense, Well,
here we go.
maybe your defense just isn't what you think it is, and might take a little longer for that.
And that's exactly what I was saying at the beginning of the season for a lot of these OSU fans that were hyping up their defense, talking about statistically they're like ranked third, fourth. And I was like, you haven't played any offenses.
Mike. In case you guys, from when I started with you guys like a few months ago, it's closed, guys. When I started with you a few months ago, I was the harshest Ohio State critic on the planet. I still am. It's closed. Sorry, fucking Starbucks. I was the harshest guy on the planet towards my team. I can't deal when my team's not winning. But I'm going to tell you, this is the year. John goes, yeah, right. This is the year. I'm telling you, I just see it. I know the spring game means nothing. I'm telling you, I saw it on that field. I'm telling you, if I'm wrong, guys, I'm going to have to start giving out some money to people. Like, I'm telling you this year, the defense, I'm telling you. It's not the talent we have this year. Knowles has it.
Well, the thing is that I'm not a big fan of dumping coordinators immediately, but Michigan has scored 87 points against you in the last 2 years. If they hang another 45, 50 points on you, Knowles is gone. Knowles has to go.
You're right. I would be. Yeah, they know, but Knowles maybe probably. Yeah.
Well, because you have enough pieces where there's no reason you should be giving up 45 to Michigan. Now with the guys you have,
Mike.
I know that. I'm aware of that.
And last year was year 1, and this is year 2. And I agree with you though.
But you got to figure it out, because I mean they were calling for Kerry Coombs' head, but then they replaced it with Knowles. I mean I just don't get it. I said yeah, Kerry Coombs was terrible.
This is the year. Trust me, our defense will be very good this year. If I'm an idiot and I got it wrong, But I'm telling you, this is the year. And I'm so harsh on Ohio State. Like, I'm brutal to Ohio State. Trust me, guys. I'm brutal. And I'm telling you this.
If Ohio State's defense was even 10% better, you guys are probably national champions. That's what I'm trying to give you a silver lining here. If you guys can you don't have to have a top 10 defense at Ohio State with the receivers you have going on. If you figure out quarterback, you guys are going to put up some points.
If you were to say in carrying remarks like, I understand, you could do that to me with the quarterback and be like, I understand, it's going to be okay, because McCord plays, dude, we're screwed. Yeah, the defense, we figured it out. I swear. Anyways.
Well, the defense has to step up because the offense is going to step back. You're not going to have C.J. Stroud. I mean, I don't know what you guys are thinking about Brown versus McCord. I think it's going to be McCord personally. But
Keen Holtz and Brown are making quarterbacks. Like, McCord's an idiot. Sorry, he sucks.
Brown later.
Well, you think Brown's going to get the nod week 1?
McCord not week 1. Brown by game 12.
It'd be dual playing for a few weeks, and then maybe Keen Holtz is insane. Keen Holtz, guys, if Keen Holtz plays, take a hike. No one's winning. Keen Holtz is a freak. The guy is amazing. He's a freak. Sorry, watch his highlights. The guy is a freak quarterback. But going back a second, basically, honestly, our D pulled it off this year. They did, I'm telling you. But anyways, so who knows what will last day. How do we get back to Ohio State? So where were we on? Indiana, right? Right?
We're going to Mike. We're going to go to.
We're going to Loxley.
Mike Loxley at Maryland. Will you take the next step this year?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, what's the next step? Because they're a solid 4 in the division.
A big, just kind of similar to Penn State.
Plays.
Maybe a little bit down.
Dare I say, Loxley's one of the best coaches in the Big Ten. I think Loxley's one of the best.
No argument.
Easily one of the best coaches in the Big Ten. He's amazing. He's scary. When I've seen him in the silent, I can see his eyes. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's gonna pounce. Like, he's really good.
Loxley's players respond to him. That's what makes him good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I got to say, Loxley, you got to give him this. I've been to Maryland. I've been to the stadium when it was down. Maryland had been in the doldrums for quite some time. And
big time.
And you had the Durkin years. You had Matt Canada. Loxley comes in, and he changes the culture. And he gets Talia Tagovailoa to come to Maryland. The guy was at Alabama.
Yeah, how did he pull that off? Wow. How did he pull that off?
Alabama guys transfer out all the time because they don't get any playing time.
That's true, but still, Maryland. So I'm just saying, like, I think that he's overperformed expectations at a school that has
I
traditionally
don't, I don't think it's
underperformed.
just Talia. I think Talia's, yeah. I think it's something about him. I don't know. I think if he was in Ohio State or Penn State, or I'm sorry, I'm taking over this thing, Michigan State. If he'd had Michigan State, how would Michigan State do? That'd be a great
6 and
question.
6.
I think.
Brian, great job on comments, by the way. I don't know if I've seen you before, so I'm going to say welcome to the voice of college football, Brian Block. Unless you've been on before, but we say that when we see a first time person. So who's going to call the plays, Locksley or Gaddis, is a great question, because that's been drama between them for years.
I really don't know. I'm leaning Locksley, but
me too.
I think Gaddis has input, but I think Locksley is the final say.
Yeah, he is the head coach, and he is an offensive head coach. I was really surprised at that move, given their history. They're sniping at each other in the press, and now all of a sudden, he's on the staff as an OC.
I blame us. I blame us. I think him getting the broils with us kind of swole him up a little bit. Because and you as another Michigan guy knows, he did not deserve the broils that year. He wasn't even the best coordinator on our squad, let alone in the nation.
Is Michigan the best team in the world, Mike?
Oh yeah, of course. Well, now that Brady retired.
Yeah,
but no, but if you ask any Michigan guy, Mike McDonald carried that team, not Gaddis.
True.
So
he should have won the broils.
Yeah, McDonald should have won the broils. So I mean, the fact that our second best coordinator won the broils was a joke. And then he went down to Miami, and a lot of the people were dragging him in. Oh, you lost your big, and we're going like, Miami can have him. I don't think there was a Michigan fan out there that missed Gaddis, and I don't think Miami guys are missing him either. But I think well, but I think that Locksley is calling the plays.
Yeah.
I think Gaddis has input, but the big question is, Maryland needs a pass rush like all get out. There's really nobody that can get after the quarterback.
I agree with that. And they lost some pieces on both sides of the ball. So
well, they've replaced their offensive. They've got some skill positions coming that are going to do well.
Absolutely.
Time for the row the boat guy.
Row the boat. PJ Fleck has tended to do well at these.
Because he's a heavy schmoozer again. He knows how to talk.
He does.
He's a gifted orator.
He is. What do you think they're gonna add? Maybe hey, your quarterback that's been there 20 years is no longer there. So how's that going to impact things?
Well, I don't think they're going to miss Tanner Morgan all that much.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, how are you going to replace offensive production without Ibrahim, who's been there just as long as Morgan?
And he's been the real impact player.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, absolutely.
I think another question that PJ Fleck gets asked is like, are you going to take it to the next level? Because I feel like he's kind of hit a ceiling a little bit over there in Minnesota. So I think they're going to maybe ask him about that.
Well, the thing is, he had an outlier season. What was it, 19?
Right.
Was it 19? Was kind of the outlier
19
season?
was the year they beat Penn State.
Yeah, like I said, they kind of performed above means that year. They've kind of regressed to the mean. So I don't think it's about can they take the next step.
Erica, did you say Fleck is at his ceiling? Who's at its ceiling?
Yeah, I think Fleck has pretty much hit his ceiling at Minnesota.
Oh yeah, he has.
Wow, that's a strong statement. Yeah.
Because seriously, like how high do you expect them to get when they have and they're about to lose? We're about to lose divisions.
How about beat Iowa? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't see them beating
he's never
Iowa.
Beat us. He's
That's
never
actually
beat us.
true.
Nope.
That's
Real
actually
question.
very true.
And that's not going to change this year.
No, it won't. No matter what Tony says, he was bantering with me earlier.
Well, I'm also on the record that says that next to Illinois, Minnesota's lost the most. You could maybe make the argument with Purdue, but Minnesota has lost a lot, and they haven't really replaced them properly.
Yeah.
Wow. Dependent Fanatic. By the way, Dependent Fanatic has a channel. Y'all should check it out. If Ibrahim didn't go down versus OSU, they would have won. That was a precursor for Minnesota.
Wow.
I won't necessarily connect those dots. I think it's very possible they could have beat Ohio State if Mo Ibrahim stayed healthy. If that's
Really?
not,
How many games can we say that about? We could
I
say
don't
that
know.
about
Would
when
have.
we
I
played
would go.
against
Could have.
Nebraska. If
It's
Cooper
possible.
DeJean hadn't gotten hit out, we could have won Nebraska too. So I mean, I just feel like that's a cop out.
Oh,
I don't
don't
use
get
that
me
excuse.
started.
It's a cop out.
Mike G, row the boat. PJ is a brand guy. And I mean, I think he's had solid coaching moments too. I don't think he's just a brand guy. I think what he did at Western Michigan was very impressive. And I think what he's done at points here at Minnesota have been impressive. But overall, it's been a 7 or 8 win team. And so he needs to find another gear here to get back to where they were 2019 and go beyond that. Or go find an SEC gig or some other that he might be able to recruit better talent. Might be a Brian Kelly type situation.
I'm saying all the stuff that I'm saying, despite the fact that I actually do like PJ Fleck, believe it or not. I actually do like him because I think, he's a brand guy. I think that he needs maybe to go elsewhere, though, to get a better team if he wants to have more success. That's it. I mean,
I'm going to say an odd question, but I think it's a very apt question, a very big question. How do you start a culture at a school? Like, how do you start a culture? Like, if
you have to recruit
that's a good
leaders
question, right?
first.
Well, if it was everybody knew it, then it wouldn't be special. Everybody could do it.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
but
it's lightning in a bottle, basically.
I think
think
it has
so?
to do with leadership.
I mean, there's a culture at every school, isn't there?
No, not at
No.
Michigan State has
No?
a culture problem.
I'd say
It has a culture of violence.
if that was an easy question, then every school would have a culture.
It has no. It has a culture. The culture is Mel Tucker's insane, and it's a culture of insanity. That's why the players went bananas on Michigan in the hallway. That's the culture. The culture is get angry. May not play good, but get anger is the culture. That's the culture,
Okay.
you know what I
So
mean?
what you want to know is how do you build a good culture? Because I can tell you how to build a bad culture.
Fair.
Yeah, right.
Okay, yeah.
Lemansky, let's honor this $5 super chat from Lemansky. Iowa had 4 sophomores and first-year center on the Iowa O-line last year.
Lemansky does not like us talking about that offensive line.
Well, it gets exhausting to hear, even though we all know it's true. Like, Iowa fans aren't blind. We know what happened last year. It's not like a revelation. Ooh, that's new. That's a shocker. They were bad. We know they were bad, but we prefer to look forward, and move on from P trash already.
Well, and that's why I say, if I want to look at a few games for Iowa, and if their O line looks solid, I'm going to switch from picking the Wisconsin to Iowa because, like I said, Iowa's only question that I can see right now is offensive line.
You could have a Pharaoh line with that offense, I think, but whatever.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Nick
What's that?
has done it again.
Jimothy.
What's he said?
Jimothy is going to discipline Ryan Day, Dr. Phil style, like the rebellious child he is. OSU fans will finally see and agree that Day needs to go, and I can't wait. That pass-happy fraud is going down. That was
He's
from
not
Nick.
getting fired. What? He's not getting fired.
We've just had,
I think
Thank
he's
you,
having
Mike.
a little fun with us here.
fraud
Oh
is
my
a little strong. Okay. Fraud?
Yeah.
Who's
A little
Timothy? Is
strong.
That's Harbaugh.
Harbaugh.
It's Harbaugh.
Dr. Phil
Oh,
style.
jeez.
As soon as that came up, I just thought of that Korean song, that Gangnam Style.
Oh,
Can I get a mic check?
Sorry,
I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you, man. So how about Ryan Walters? I'd want to ask, talk us through your recruiting because he's been doing fairly well in the recruiting trail.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Well, getting Hudson Card was a big pickup.
Big one.
So my question is, can you build some synergy with these up and coming skill positions? I mean, you lost your tight end. It's going to be a bit of a rebuilding on offense. And Purdue's defense, it is what it is. But can they kind of recreate the offense that they had under Aiden?
I think that's going to be a challenge, possibly, but I don't know.
Real hard.
It is going to be a challenge, but I think they can do it
This year? Maybe in a
Yeah,
year
you guys
or two.
have to pick up some major throwing stuff going on. You guys got the jukers, the 2 amazing jukers in the O line for sure. If you guys get the receivers, forget it. And honestly, I think your D should stock up too, because Colson and Sammer still are out of control, but that's kind of it as far as I see, like the stars on the defense. So you guys got to stock up in D and receivers. And then, yeah, Michigan will be unstoppable. I think Harbaugh has just got to be a little bit more well-rounded in his choosing where to go. I think he like picks a spot. He goes, you know what? I'm going to be really good at O-line and running backs, and they're so good. When Harbaugh picks a spot, it's like they're genius. So like he just he focused on the O-line and these two guys, and no one can stop in the first 5 or 10 yards and running. I think they're better than Georgia, much better than Georgia at running. The first 5 or 10 yards, Michigan's insane. So that's what Harbaugh does. He picks a spot. That's the spot I'm picking. He needs to be more well-rounded. And if he does that, then Michigan's going to be pretty unstoppable. That's my take.
Okay. Matt Rule. So
Matt Rule.
Nebraska, big. Obviously, he could have had the choice to chill and collect his $20 million or whatever it was, but he decided to come to Nebraska.
Can I just say something? Because guys, you're gonna hear this more from me in the future, and of course, I'm taking over this whole freaking chat. I actually knew Matt as a kid. I actually knew Matt as a kid. Yeah, he was from my neighborhood as a kid. He used to start with everybody in the neighborhood. This is real, John. Believe it or not, he started fights with everybody in the neighborhood. I swear to you. And his parents shipped him out. His parents shipped him out to Pennsylvania, and he played linebacker in high school with Penn State. But it was like I could just see the look in his eyes. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, he was a heat-seeking missile. Like he would start trouble anywhere he went. It was just like, oh my God, this guy's crazy. Like so trust me, Nebraska, Cole, you guys have a lunatic on your hands. Like he's gonna do some stuff. Based on his childhood, he was pretty insane. So I don't know. My take is Matt could. I don't know. Who knows? Matt could stick as a coach. Who knows?
Well, my first question to Rule is, how are you going to develop Jeff Sims? I'm not sold on him, and I don't know if his style is going to work in Nebraska.
Why?
I don't think he's got the pieces around him for starters.
I disagree. He has skill. Okay, the reason Jeff Sims won't succeed will be because of our offensive line. Our receivers, we have 3 NFL caliber receivers, I think.
What?
2 good running backs. Billy Kemp.
How has Matt been doing with recruiting?
He's way better than I thought. He's 19th in 2024 right now.
Who has he got?
He is doing very
what have you seen?
He's got
what have you
6
seen?
4-stars right now. He didn't get Dylan Raiola, which I'm not really that surprised
that hurt.
about. But
forget
we're
Dylan.
about
Dylan's
to
an
get
idiot.
#1 offensive lineman in Iowa. Actually,
I'm so over Dylan.
So
Yep, we got someone from Nebraska.
Who have you seen, Cole?
what was that?
What are some names, Cole? Sorry, Eric, again.
No, you go ahead. It's okay.
No, I was gonna say, Cole, give us some names. I want to check out. I'm desperate to see what Matt's pulled off, like player wise.
I think the bigger question probably how
what are some names, Cole?
Going to do this year. That's really what I'm looking for. Players are players. They have players there.
How good what?
Well,
how good what?
It's going to be interesting to see how well Marcus Satterfield does. That's what I want to see. Is an offense from Nebraska.
Who's Satterfield? Who is he?
What's the question?
No shit, Cole. The question for me is like, what players did Matt pull in that are going to rock out that you've seen?
So
that's what I'm curious.
In 2024, we got the #2 overall tight end, Carter Nelson, who happened to be from Nebraska. Actually, he was
awesome.
He played 8-man football, and Nick Saban actually flew to Ainsworth, Nebraska, and told him he's the first time he's ever had to watch 8-man football film to recruit somebody. And he got an Alabama offer, and Georgia was named after him hard. So that was a big win for Nebraska to keep the state.
Hopefully you guys can hang on to him.
We also Preston Tamua, who is the #1 offensive lineman in Hawaii.
Hawaii?
We beat Auburn, Arizona, and Oregon to get him. We got Roger.
Sweet.
Over half of our recruiting class is from the state of Texas. He's made that a huge priority.
That's what's going to keep Rule in the game. Because Nebraska lost that Texas pipeline when they went to the Big Ten.
Let me tell you, the Texas pipeline has got to be back. He hired Bob Wager, our tight ends coach. He was the head coach at Arlington Martin in Texas, and they won multiple Texas high school championships. He's basically taking the same approach he did with Joey McGuire at Baylor, and Joey McGuire is obviously at Texas Tech right now. He's been very successful. So I think he's taking that same approach with Bob Wager. He's our tight ends coach this year. Our wide receiver.
That's what I was hearing on Nebraska Cornhuskers Live too. The Texas pipeline.
Yeah, it's over half of our recruiting class in 2024 is from Texas. He's hosted a bunch of satellite camps in Texas.
So if you look in your gut, Cole, are you seeing some magic this year or what?
I think our ceiling is 7-5 just because of the trenches on both sides. We don't have a lot of depth on the defensive line. Our offensive line was terrible last year, but I think we got all of our starters back, and we got transfer Ben Scott from Arizona State, who's number 11th overall.
Cole, what's the magic you're seeing with Nebraska?
It just, I think our defense will be all right. It's just a completely different scheme, the 3-3-5, kind of like what Ohio State's doing.
No, we're 4-2. We're back. We're not 3-3 anymore. Trust me.
Well, so
but do you see any magic, Cole?
Okay, if we beat Minnesota, our opening game, which is Thursday night, if we beat Minnesota, we'll beat Colorado. I'm confident in that.
I think we're going to beat Colorado.
And then if we start, I'm really curious about that Michigan game. I hope we don't go 4-0 and then just get our doors blown off by Michigan. That would be kind of a
You won't get your doors blown off because you even with Scott Frost, you did very well.
Not last year.
Oh, come on.
In 2021,
murdered us in the.
I do remember some expectations. I remember several years ago, Nebraska, they were ranked 10th. They won like 5. They were like 5-0, 6-0. They went into Ohio State, and Ohio State just knocked the doors off of them and just killed any type of expectation that team ever had again.
But I don't know.
I'm sure Cole
also
remembers
Frost
that.
though.
Is there a TV slot already for the Nebraska-Michigan game? Because if Nebraska's 4-0 and Michigan's 4-0, that could be a night game, maybe college game day, possibly big noon kickoff. That's a big story if they're both undefeated.
I don't think so, because I don't think even if Nebraska does go 4-0, they're probably not going to be ranked.
With wins, with a Big Ten win and then a Pac-12 win?
With a win against Colorado, Northern Illinois, and Louisiana Tech. No, they're not going to be ranked. Sorry, no.
And Minnesota?
Sorry, no. You're acting like beating Minnesota is a huge win.
The issue is going to be you're not going to need wins that are going to be worthwhile for them to move you up. You're going to need some big wins because the problem is a perception, right? Regardless of how good the team is, the perception is what it is, and until you beat somebody that raise eyebrows, they're not going to move you up.
I've actually haven't gave an official record prediction. I've said 6-6, 7-5, but I actually haven't even walked through the whole schedule to really figure out what I think. But
they do have a favorable schedule, I will say.
Yeah, the schedule is favorable, and I do think that if you beat Minnesota and Illinois, and you're at this point, and you're in the 7
that 4-game stretch after the bye week is going to be really interesting.
You're in the 6 and 7 win territory, then you might be ranked.
At home, I really like that. If it was at Maryland, I'd be very nervous about that, but at home, I think
I can see them. I can see them winning in East Lansing. They get Maryland. They get Maryland at home. That's a bonus. I mean, you can write off Michigan as an obvious loss, but every other one of these games, then at Wisconsin, that's a loss.
Yeah,
but a lot of these other games, they are very winnable.
They are.
I think the most likely losses are Michigan, obviously, Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin and Iowa will both be close games like they normally are. But it's going to come down to if Nebraska can win one-score games. And with Scott Frost, they can't, and we'll see if they can under Matt Rule.
And the fun part about Iowa and Nebraska, they always get their own time slot. So everybody gets to watch that.
It's true. Yeah, Matt Rule, I will say.
I would love to hear this. Mike, why is it an obvious loss? Mike, why is it an obvious loss? Please share.
What, Michigan?
Hey, Alex, you're cutting out, so I'm going to pop you off here and maybe try calling back next time.
Was I asked why is Michigan a sure loss?
Yeah.
This feels rhetorical.
I think he meant Michigan State, right?
I think they beat Michigan State. But like I said, I am very low on Michigan State.
As far as like, okay, the last thing I want to talk about Nebraska is as far as identity goes. What Matt, obviously I've been listening to Matt Rule. The offense is going to be basically old school Nebraska, pound the rock, try and beat you up, play keep away. That's basically what I'm getting. Use Jeff Sims, run, play action, quarterback run game, RPOs. It's just going to be a run heavy offense with using Jeff Sims' ability. I think he'll be very good. Just based off the spring game, he looked phenomenal in the spring game. And I don't know if that means much, but defense is going to be very aggressive style defense, lots of blitzes. They showed it in the spring game. They were absolutely ruthless against Nebraska's offense in the spring game. And if you guys remember, Nebraska's offensive spring game was full live, even the quarterbacks. So,
but can that defense generate any turnovers though? Because I mean, they're not going to be able to play off.
Tony White's defense have been known for turnovers before, so hopefully that can happen at Nebraska because Nebraska's not been able to force turnovers in the past. But I think Tony White's a really good defensive coordinator, and he's going to be a head coach pretty soon.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't remember the last time you were in the plus column on the turnovers.
Oh, never. We're the most unlucky team when it comes to it's a statistical fact that Nebraska is the most unlucky team, especially when it comes to fumbles. Like it never goes our way ever.
Okay,
just
don't do the best 3-9 team ever, and we're good.
The best 3-9 team that should have beat Michigan, if not for the refs.
I asked for this.
Not blowing it dead.
You did. You set that one up, man.
I apologize. Can we go back in time?
All right, we can move on to Luke Fickell.
Well, but I will say just an overall point of what I saw in the spring game is reflective of what I heard from Corn Nation and what I heard from Greg on Nebraska, the Nebraska show, which is that the physicality is back. They're tackling in practice. Matt Rule has really, I think, changed the culture in a very quick period of time, and so that's why I think I've predicted 6-6, but 7-5, very possible.
8-4 is possible.
Even 8-4, yeah.
My real question is, how long is Rule going to stay there? That's going to be the big question.
He will be here for a long time. I can promise you that.
Contract
if he's successful.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Rule does have a tendency to jump ship.
Mike G, of course, wants to know about if Luke Fickell is going to jump around with rhythm. Yeah, so Luke Fickell, obviously another new coach to the Big Ten, but not a new coach. Well, a new head coach to the Big Ten, but he's coached at Ohio State. Obviously, took Cincinnati to the playoff, and so I'm sure that he'll get the first year questions of how's the culture coming, how's the program building, things like that. What else do you think they're going to ask him?
I want to know who's going to run the offense, because the reason I picked Wisconsin to win the West is I'm hoping that Fickell kind of tames Longo and doesn't try to rework the offense into more pass heavy. But I mean, I do remember the Badger and Bournemouth came on and told me that, at North Carolina they did run the ball a bit, and I was a little surprised about that.
I think they're going to have to run the ball because in some aspects, it's going to take. So if you guys remember, well, Mike, you remember this. There was an interim year when Rich Rod was fired and Brady Hoke was coming in, and they actually did a pro spread because they had the pieces for the spread. But, obviously Brady Hoke wanted to bring in the pro style. And I think that it's going to be the same thing here, where they're going to take a year. They're going to rely on Braylon Allen, who is, like I said, I think he's one of the best running backs in college football.
I agree.
And they're going to rely on him and the line and bring in some air raid elements. So it's probably going to be a hybrid old school Wisconsin meets air raid kind of Frankenstein monster situation.
Well, can Mordecai tune down the interceptions?
Oh, gonna have to.
Big problem if he can't. Big problem.
See, and that's my concern for Wisconsin.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you that if he doesn't and he plays Iowa, he's going to have a big problem.
Yeah. And to be honest, the only reason I picked Wisconsin over Iowa in that game is it's in Camp Randall. If this was in Iowa City, I probably would have taken Iowa. I just strictly went by home advantage here.
Yeah.
Last but certainly not least, what would you ask Jim Harbaugh?
Are you going to win it all this year? Everything, I mean.
That's the question.
You can beat Ohio State, but can you win a bowl game? That's what I would ask him.
How are you going to win a postseason game?
What do you think about when you're mowing your lawn?
Oh, God.
But isn't it nice? I will say, Mike, you know, isn't it nice that we get those questions nowadays, and it's not like the dark era anymore?
Yeah, I guess that when you get past the playful questions, mine is who's kicking.
Yeah.
Moody is going to be hard to replace.
Samaha looks like could be possible.
And the other question is, how is Donovan Edwards going to fit into this offense now? Because are they going to use him a bit, kind of like a slot whenever he's are they going to do like a running back by committee, kind of split between Corum?
Came back.
Well, I can understand why Corum came back, because the NFL doesn't put a premium on running backs. I mean, these days, if you're a running back that gets drafted in the first round, you better be special.
Yeah, Doman. Yeah, Doman is very possible. I think I used Samaha a lot in the Xbox 360 stuff. But yeah, Doman, very possible. But yeah, I mean, you're replacing some really strong special teams players that are off now. So it's going to be a battle there. Who's going to be cornerback number 2 also? We know that Will Johnson is going to be the
Will Johnson's obviously the one.
We know that, but for number 2, you've got some choices: Amarian Walker, McBurrows, Jair Hill.
Jair Hill has the highest ceiling. Of the three you just mentioned, in my opinion, Jair Hill has the highest ceiling. My gut says McBurrows, but I'm a Hill guy.
Maybe game 1 McBurrows. He looked like he looked pretty. He made some plays in the spring game that I thought were pretty good.
I want to ask the same question that OSU guys asked. What would be one question you want to ask Matt Rule?
What happened at Carolina?
Yeah, I mean, well,
he might have to address it.
That didn't work out.
He's addressed it many times at Nebraska already.
Didn't work
but
out.
he hasn't done it at the Big Ten media.
Listen, what happened in the pros doesn't matter. Not all coaches go from college and are successful in the pros. Look at Nick Saban. I mean, look at Meyer. Their attitude, their locker room, the way they run their practice, to everything. It doesn't always translate to NFL. There's
it almost never does.
Really successful college
Pete
coaches.
Carroll. Pete Carroll is pretty much the list.
Derek Dickerson. What the hell am I saying? Dennis Erickson. See who else?
Erickson was terrible at Miami, and he wasn't much better at Arizona State. So
I wouldn't say. No. Wait. What you say? He was bad at? No. He was Oregon State. He was good. No, he's a solid coach. I don't. In Miami, did he win a national championship
with Jimmy Johnson's team?
You still got to coach the season, man.
All he had to do was he was given the keys to a Ferrari and told not to crash it. I'm not giving him credit.
You know what? There's a lot of coaches that take that first corner right into the elm tree, dude. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Then you must think Barry Switzer's an awesome coach.
No, I don't. No,
okay,
my point is not the people who are successful. My point is more the ones that are very successful in college and flame out right away in the pros, or just are mediocre in the pros. You know what I mean? That happens. And so just because Rule wasn't successful in NFL doesn't mean he can't be. That he was a very, very good college coach, and we'll see what he does in the Big Ten. He's kind of stepping up. I think at each stop he has, we'll see what he can do. And I think if he can recruit, he's going to win. I think if that is a Baylor with better recruiting is what Nebraska absolutely could be.
Yeah, I said now if they can get the guys from Texas, I like Nebraska's future.
They have so far, surprisingly.
Well, I mean, and remember, Matt Rule has these coaches. They establish relationships with those high school coaches in Texas, and he has that pipeline. So, maybe he can. And also with NIL, you guys recruiting more than ever and there were few programs, right, that were always going national. Ohio State, Notre Dame, to a degree, USC at times, just picking people from all over the country, right? The Miamis.
Miami didn't really recruit nationally, but they didn't have to. I mean, all they had to do was just recruit South Florida, and they were fine.
Right. Well, not for all their positions.
Well,
quarterbacks, Ken Dorsey. I mean, there's guys they have to go and they go around the country to go pick those pieces up. What I'm saying is now more than ever with NIL and just the way the sport is going, and really how regionality for even the conference is going out the window. It's not as much of a situation where maybe Nebraska was relying on Texas and they got landlocked and blah, blah. Now with NIL, your recruiting base, if you have the right coach and you have the right backing, which we know both those things, I think Rule's a great pickup. I think the Nebraska is a great fan base. They got an alumni that are going to help to support the program. I think that's a winning combination. So maybe what we saw in Nebraska over the last 10 years or so, maybe not be the situation we're going to see at Nebraska going forward.
Yeah, based off of that, actually today I was listening to a local radio show here, and the leader of our collective here in Nebraska said he is very confident that we will have a top 5 collective in the country. And that
you didn't get that from 1690, did you?
What?
Did you get that from the 1690 station?
No, I don't listen to that station.
Oh.
But so actually, our volleyball team just got a $5 million NIL donation.
Volleyball. About that?
Which is the biggest donation to a women's sports, towards a women's sports in NIL history so far.
Did you say volleyball?
Yeah,
Nebraska women's volleyball is top notch.
You know what? I've heard about that. Yeah.
I haven't watched volleyball at all.
Okay.
So
Now, as long as the money for the volleyball doesn't come from food stamps, we're good.
That's how crazy Nebraska fans are. They got $5 million put towards volleyball. So imagine what they got for football.
Hey,
that's all the state cares about.
There's Husker Nation right there. All right, guys, it's time for final thoughts and where can people find you on the internet. So let's go, Erica. Let's start with you. Final thought and where can people find you?
Final thought. Frankly, I'm tired. That's my final thought.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I think that a lot of people are going to be surprised by Iowa this year, and I don't think that's just homer talk. I think that we're going to have a completely different team offensively, and I think that defensively we'll keep up at our usual top 5 to 10 in the country, and hopefully things go well, and I'm excited to see what the coaches do end up saying at the media days, even though I won't be at home to watch it. I have to go into the office on that day, so I'll have to record it or something. But yeah, looking forward to it. You can find me on Twitter, Eriquita0115. That's my main place, and feel free to follow me if you like. I'll follow back, or X or whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called now. Whatever.
Yeah, X back. Yeah, that's gonna take some getting used to.
I read on Twitter that something about founder of Facebook copyrighted X for use on social media, and I don't know if this is like something made up or what, but yeah, it sounds like
if Ohio State can kind of copyright the word "the,"
you cannot copyright letters. So you can trademark certain letters the way they're scripted, but you cannot copyright the letter F. So don't listen to that.
Yeah, I honestly, when I read that, I was like, this sounds like total garbage.
It's not accurate. Maybe the script they've trademarked that, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, in any case, looking forward to seeing the media days, and I'm kind of hoping, actually, to be really honest, I'm hoping they do give Kirk a little bit of, grief about the offense, that he has to defend himself, because he needs to defend himself, even though we've seen him, Iowa fans have seen him do it time and time again. He hasn't done really on the national level, I don't think. So I think that needs to happen.
Absolutely. Erica, thanks as always, and great job. As Mike just said, great job.
Thank you very much.
Catch you
We'll
later.
see you next time.
See you.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Tim. How about let's go, Tim? Final thought. Where can people find you?
Every Sunday night. So I'm gonna have another guest co-host next Sunday, but then I got Rick coming back for a couple of weeks before the season starts with the Conquest, Chosen Conquest Live, and then as soon as the season starts, we're gonna have with Tony, Rick, and myself. We're gonna have the USC post game show, and then I don't know if I can get the right combination for it, but I'm still trying to start up. Definitely for the season, I'm gonna have a call-in show on Thursdays, like a USC call-in show. And then
all right, I've just posted your Twitter, or I guess X account, so that people can follow you. Check that out.
Twitter, same for Twitter and Instagram. I'm actually an old man. I'm on Instagram now. My son just rolled his eyes.
Hey, look at you.
Yeah, look at me, huh? Teaching old dog new tricks.
There you go. And of course,
problem is you get more porn bots, so you actually get actual follow. You go excited, you have like 15 new followers, but half of them are just porn.
So
I don't know how long I'm not gonna.
Wow, maybe I should get a Twitter account.
No, you don't want to see this crap, dude. Believe me.
No, it's ridiculous. All
right, thanks, John.
And thanks, Tim. Thank you very much for being on. All righty. And don't forget, speaking of USC, coming up next, USC Trojans Live, 11 Eastern with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek. Next up, let's go Cole. Final thought and.
Yeah, my final thought is actually nothing to do with Nebraska football because a lot of people just had no idea about Nebraska volleyball. But I don't know if anybody's heard, but Nebraska volleyball is playing a game inside a Memorial Stadium, and 94,000 tickets have been sold, and they have a chance at breaking the world record for women's sports attendance.
Wow,
that's impressive.
Like the most attended women's sports event ever.
Wow, if you can beat the World Cup, that's impressive.
Yeah. That's how big Nebraska volleyball is, and that's because they're winning. If Nebraska football starts winning, then NIL is just going to go crazy. I promise. See you guys later.
Catch you later.
All right. No, there we go. Look at Nebraska, rocking it. All right. Well, we're down to you, Mike.
Yeah. Cause now we're down to everybody that has no social media whatsoever. And say the only place you're going to find me is here with Mark Rogers.
That's right, voice of college football. And hey, I mean, this week's going to be a good one for us with all the live content from the Big Ten Media Days.
Yeah, and probably next time I jump on, I'll have my my voice of college football swag. I ordered me a shirt,
Oh.
And I already got my keychain. It's over there with my car keys by the door. So
there we go.
Make sure you partake of those. Feel free to drop the link there if just in case anybody wants to pick up some swag.
Oh, I'm posting the link. Don't you worry about that. and promo code football. Get your keychains. Get your coasters. Get your you can sort by best selling, and you'll notice that the swimming trunks have moved up a lot. The apron, T-shirt, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of fine merchandise for everybody.
Yeah, but sorry you can't follow me on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or whatever you kids use. Sorry, I don't do all that. But you can just follow me around here on Voice of College Football wherever I pop up.
It's all good, man. Well, listen, go blue, and stay tuned for Wednesday's show, the Michigan Wolverines Live.
Go blue. Catch y'all later.
All right, later. And last but certainly not least, we have Alex back. Alex Martin here, Buckeye fan, and he is called back in and to give his final thought.
Final thought is if John could have a final thought, a really awesome final thought that I could corroborate on, what would that thought be, John?
Geez. Let's see, like for Big Ten or
any thought?
I'm going to say stay tuned for Michigan Wolverines Live this Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned.
Okay.
There you go.
Are there going to be any additional? I love that Tim's doing that on Thursday. Tim, if you're listening, cannot wait. I'm going to call in. Are there going to be other shows? Maybe a Michigan call-in?
So we are going to be doing a post-game show.
Right.
And we're talking, so we're looking for talent to do that.
Hi.
So we'll look at that. And I like this one. I like this from Mike G. Keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. There you go.
Okay. Awesome.
Casey Kasem.
Oh, is that Casey Kasem? No kidding. When are you going to have the call? What are the call-in shows are there going to be, John? Like I want to call in more shows. Like
Mark Rogers has. So we have obviously this show. We then have on most weeks we have Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern, and then so we'll be doing. I think I'm thinking for the post game show, it will probably take calls.
So that's just it. It'll be like Tim. It'll be this one, Tim's, and then your war show. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, we are. Yeah, that's a separate thing. That's what. So that's what I'm doing with Buckeye Mike, on the Buckeye Mike channel, and so. But I do have some ideas and for the year, and we still have another month, so we're still sorting a lot out, man. So stay tuned.
Okay, yeah. Try to put this in for Mark, like more call-in shows for different shows, like I don't know what like more call-in shows, like so like it's like every day there's a call-in show. That'd be awesome.
There you go.
Okay.
And hey, Argraw gave us a shout out. Isn't that great?
What did he say?
Just called a Big 12 show the other day and gave a shout out to Voice of College Football.
The conferences stink. Ours is the best.
How about that?
We have to have call-in shows for Indiana for everyone. That'd be great. Like I would love that. I would call every day. You know that. So hopefully you can talk to the chief and maybe make that happen. Like more call-in shows. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yes.
All right.
What part of Florida are you in, by the way? I'm from Miami originally.
Southwest.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Sleep well. Talk to you soon.
All right, later. Okay. Lemansky, thank you. Thank you for always supporting and for contributing and all of that good stuff. We appreciate that a lot. Let's go through our housekeeping that we always do to let people know what's going on all around the Voice of College Football. Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, is going to be live at Big Ten Media Days, so expect content, live stuff, videos, all kinds of things. He's going to be working the floor at Indy, so very exciting there. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, tell a friend about all of these shows. If you like the content, you enjoy what you're seeing, it's so simple. You just hit the like, you hit the subscribe, and then you hit the bell to get notified when we're live. I mean, it really is that simple. So if you could do that for us, it costs you nothing, and very appreciated. Amazon link, because when we shop on Amazon, which many of us do from time to time, you get yourself a popcorn maker, you get yourself whatever dog food, whatever you need in your life. Just get Mark Rogers' Amazon link. And then he gets a couple of bucks. And then we can continue doing these shows, and we can continue this network and grow it even larger than it is now and grow it into the stratosphere. All right. Join our Patreon, talk college football all the time at patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. And as Mike Fort mentioned, Mike Fort got his merch and or it's coming, and you too can get your Voice of College Football merch, keychains, coasters, and yes, there are team channels as well represented. So there is a wide variety of merchandise for the whole family and friends and neighbors, and you could just get something for everybody and deck out in Voice of College Football. There's stuff for the summer. Get an apron for your grilling needs. Get a pint glass for your frosty. I might have myself a frosty beverage after this show. Oh man, get yourself a pint glass. Get yourself a candle. There is so much here for the whole family, and then friends, and then you've got your team channels, including, of course, Michigan football at the Voice of College Football, and many, many more. So thank you for that. And without further ado, I'm going to post the link to my Twitter/X account. That's going to take so much time to get. I think can we just agree to call it Twitter? Like, can we just make that judgment call right now? So I'm going to be posting now my own so that everybody can follow me on X. And so you can do that. I appreciate that. Boom. Yeah, today was a lot. Yeah. But you know, the thing is that everybody is very engaged and everybody is enjoys it and loves college football, and that's why you're all here. You're ready for Big Ten Media Days. It's a big week for us, so I expected it was going to be a vibrant show. But again, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you for subscribing. And coming up next, in about 20 minutes, USC Trojans Live, where Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek are going to take you through the USC Trojans football team. And I'm finding the link now so that there's no excuse. You just hop on over there and then just go ahead and hit the like button at least. If you can make it, you can stay on the show. We would appreciate that. But at the very least, hit the like button. There's already a couple of people waiting. Isn't that exciting? So hit the like button at least to help them out, get them started in about 20 minutes. Boom. There it is. 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek, Trojans Wire. And that's it for me. And I think that's enough. So until next time, I say to you all, go blue. Thanks for watching.